To be here. It is 6 o'clock. Welcome, everyone. We're going to reconvene to open session. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD absent. Mayor Brand absent. Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right. Thank you. All right. So do we have any announcements from?
No announcements tonight.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we'd like to adjourn back to regular meeting. I think we need a motion for that. No, we don't need a motion for that.
Yes, please.
Motion to adjourn the regular meeting.
There you go. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Call to order, roll call for a regular open session.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD absent. Mayor Brand absent. And Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. We're going to do a salute the flag and a moment of silence afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, it will be.
All right. On three. 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you. All right. We don't have any presentations today or proclamations or announcements, but we do have possible district announcements. So Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. We will not have a District 2 community meeting in July, just a reminder. We will resume back in August. So I hope everybody's enjoying their summer. Maybe we'll have some sunshine eventually. That's it.
Councilmember Horvath.
District 3 community meeting is going to be either Thursday the 21st or Saturday the 23rd, and I'll release the final date when I send out my email later this week.
Perfect. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. I will be away in trial next week when I was supposed to have my District 4 meeting. I'll be representing a female nurse who was retaliated against for complaining about patient safety violations. So instead, my community meeting will be on July 20th at 6:30 p.m. on Zoom. And you can get the link to register on my council page. In addition, I'd like to announce that District 4 is headed to a recall election. I'm very excited for this. It's going to be a great recall election. And all eyes are going to be on District 4, as they should be, because they haven't been for so long until I was elected.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Obaji. I'd like to announce my District 1 community meeting I had this weekend. It was a great meeting. We had 60 plus people there. Again, the topic of discussion was primarily based upon the Project Home Key project on PCH. We had Century Housing down there. They did a great job answering questions, fielding questions, and I've been putting together my resident action group regarding that location, homelessness in general for District 1, Redondo Beach as a whole. Sure we'll get a lot out of that. And I will not have my in-person community meeting in August. I will be away for an educational event, Independent Cities Association down in Coronado. So I'll be missing that, but we will be doing an online meeting that month. So with that said, can I get an approval of order of the agenda, or someone want to move something around? So move.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, it is so. So agency recess. We have no agency recesses today. And blue folder items. Any blue folder items via email, e-comments, or anything that we need to, presentations that we need to add?
So we have, for J1, public participation on non-agenda items, we have public communications. And for N3, which is the Veterans Park Community Center Historic Library, we have public communications. And that's it, Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that passed unanimously. All right. So that brings us to the consent calendar. We have what is it here, 9 items? Is that right? 9 items on the consent calendar. We're going to pass every single one of them unless someone here would like to turn in a card and speak to one of them or pull one of them. I ask the council here if they want to pull any one of the items. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath. No, thanks. Councilmember Baji.
I don't want to pull, but I do want to remark on H9. I appreciate the city manager returning back our strategic plan objectives with status updates, and greatly appreciate the amount of these strategic plan objectives that you've been able to accomplish during these last 6 months. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I will echo that. You guys have been busy. Thank you very much for staff making these things happen. And we'll have another strategic plan in the fall, correct? And we're going to start planning that probably, what, in August, September?
We'll come back with an item to pick a couple of dates, but thinking September likely.
Okay.
Latter part of September, maybe early October, depending on availability.
Fantastic. All right. Is there a motion
Motion to
to,
approve consent.
and hold on, actually before, thank you for the motion.
We have public.
Is there any public comment on these items?
So in Zoom, we have none. And then e-comment? Nope. So none. And I don't know if you want anybody.
Yeah,
from-
is there anyone in the public that wants to come down and speak about any of these 9 items on the consent calendar? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, the gavel comes down. All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that passes, all 9 items. Wow, we're just moving right along today.
Okay, I need to read the.
Oh, yeah, title only?
resolutions.
Perfect.
Yes. So H5, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2207-049, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2022-2023 fiscal year budget modification appropriating $219,577 in Prop 68 grant funds for surface upgrades to Perry Park Playground. H6, adopt by 4/5 vote, and by title only, resolution number CC-2207-050, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing to carry over the unexpensed balance of the Community Development Block Grant CARES Act funding from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2022. And then the last one, H8, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2207-051, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, proclaiming Saturday, October 1st, 2022, as Swim, Paddle, Kayak for Mental Health Day in the City of Redondo Beach in sponsorship and support of the South Bay Children's Health Center fundraising water sports event for the South Bay Youth Project to be held in the City of Redondo Beach coastal waters, and in appreciation of the County of Los Angeles efforts to permit the event and provide logistical support. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And as you were reading that, I realized that that last item, that was for South Bay. And we had that last year as well. Very good. Awesome. All right. So onwards to the public participation on non-agenda items. So the way we're going to run this is we are going to do our wonderful orange cards first. I will call up who is first and then who's next. And I'll go that for. I got 4 cards, 5 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we will go to e-comments and people on Zoom, and we will limit the e-comments to 3 minutes, so how long it takes to read the comment. And then we'll circle back to people who else want to speak who are in person without putting in cards. And this time is limited to 30 minutes. So we can keep the meeting going. So it is now 6:09. We'll start at 6:10 just to give an extra minute. And the first one is going to be Arnett Travis, and after that it's going to be Joan Irvine. And just so everyone knows, we cannot respond to any of these comments, nor will we be responding to any of these comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Irvine, Councilman Lowenstein, Councilman Horvath, and Councilman Ubaji. I'm here to urge the restoration of the regular rotation of this city council for Mayor Pro Tem to be put back on the agenda. It was very obvious that the fact that Laura MD was over just completely overran in addition to Councilman Horvath and you, I believe, also, Councilman Lowenstein, based on just absolute nonsense for public elected officials. And when we look at where the objections came from, primarily from Councilman Obaji, who, when we talk about character, you question Laura's character. Your character, aren't you facing possible disbarment? You could lose your lawyer license. Lawyering's hard. And misappropriation of clients' funds, as you were adjudged to be, is not a good thing for a lawyer to face. Lack of integrity. Integrity. I am not an elected official, and I thought there was no response. But then again, it's really hard to control yourself when you have the mental capacity of a 5-year-old. And then Councilman Niels, are you still the village drunk? Bottom line is verbosity, which is your strong suit. It's no indication of intelligence. So I urge you to do the intelligent thing and re-agendize Laura MD's restoration as mayor pro tem.
All right, next up is Joan Irvine, and then after that is Lisa Rodriguez.
City council members, city staff, and for those here and the people watching this meeting. I'm Joan Irvine. I live in District 1. For my entire life, I have actively campaigned for women's rights, which are now being taken away again. On January 6, 2021, I was brought to tears when I saw our democracy almost destroyed when vigilantes, mainly men, stormed our Capitol. I hadn't felt this way since 9/11. Today, as I watched the January 6 committee hearings, I was just struck by the similarities by what's happening in our Redondo, with the District 1 City Council member nominating himself for Mayor Pro Tem and bypassing the existing rotation protocol, and that the other City Council members voted for this, and that the mayor supported this unethical behavior. I will be speaking for many people who couldn't be here today, who support the rotation for Mayor Pro Tem that has served our city well for decades. We are here to ask the City Council to right the wrong against District 5 and its representative, Laura MD. We request that you do three things. Immediately return the Mayor Pro Tem position to the rightful next in rotation, District 5, and its representative, Laura MD. If that is not done tonight, we ask that this topic be put on the agenda for the July 19th City Council meeting. Lastly, we ask our city attorney to investigate the perceived Brown Act violations of District 1, District 2, and District 4 members and the mayor. Hear, hear. Thank you for your time and your actions on these. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Lisa Rodriguez and then Ross Yosnow.
Good evening, Council, residents of Redondo Beach. My name is Lisa Rodriguez, and I appreciate the opportunity to stand up here and voice my concerns tonight. First off, I wanted to just do a shout out for the 4th of July fireworks, and there were 2 of them, and many, many, many great things that happened in the city of Redondo. We're sitting in the area of a fantastic school district. We're sitting in the area of a fantastic police department. But yet there are some things that we can do better. And one of those is that Councilmember Narenheim's motion to self-appoint as Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Obaji, may not have been intentionally spiteful, malicious, or prejudiced, but the optics are not good. It's nothing short of knives out, leapfrogging over the rightful rotation of District 5 Council Laura MD is repressive and does not advance us. It's a huge setback for all those who expect respectful representation and equality. Brand usurped the rules of order in favor of promoting the self-interest cronyism that seems to exist. We should not readily accept this type of retaliatory governance. Bypassing others purely based on personal bias is not exemplary of who we are as a community. And let me restate, for the values esteemed in this great city, look no further than to the school district or our police department, where they are leading the way and our character counts. Residents should expect no less than from City Hall. Please return the Mayor Pro Tem term to the rightful rotation to District 5 Representative Councilwoman Laura MD. Thank you.
All right, Ross, you are up, and then after that, Holly Osborne.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We're getting pretty close on the Beach Cities Health District thing. They're going to be picking a developer soon, going before the Planning Commission. Last week, I talked to you about just the prices of 1 and 2 bedroom places here in Redondo, Seasons, Casa de los Amigos, Heritage Point. And other than the 2 bedroom in Heritage Point, there was nothing within $8,000 a month of that. So I don't think you have to have a degree in math to figure out there's not going to be a lot of Redondo Beach seniors coming to this project. But, you know, I thought rather than bring dry statistics, I'm at Seasons all the time anyway, thought let me talk to some of my friends this past week or so. So I did, and I wound up talking to a half dozen, said, what could you afford? Good news and bad news. The good news is the half dozen of them could afford a place there. Of course, the bad news is it'd be really crowded, and they do agree they'd need a 7th if they wanted to like eat and watch television. So that's it for Redondo Beach, and I won't take the rest of your time. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right, Holly Osborne, and after that, we will go to e-comments and Zoom.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name is Dr. Osborne, District 5. For those of you who do not know me, I'm a retired aerospace engineer and a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I spent 40+ years in a local aerospace company as a systems engineer, examining specs for inconsistencies, examining test data for possible anomalous behavior, and so forth, all to ensure that the systems that these companies develop work correctly and for the good of the country. I was very good at what I did. I now apply that same zealousness for accuracy in civic affairs in my city of Redondo Beach. Most of you are aware that I worked very hard to get signatures for the zoning initiative, which would have returned all zoning matters to the cities. Most people think that the zoning initiative is as an SB9, i.e. the lot splitting bill, an anti-SB9 measure that would destroy single-family neighborhoods. And it was the preservation of single-family neighborhoods that is what motivated me initially. However, there are some other recent troubling zoning laws on the books that the initiative also covers. I will get to one in a minute. First, let me say that we had to temporarily stop the signature gathering when it became evident that due to a host of reasons, we would not get enough signatures by the deadline. One of the issues we fought was ignorance. Most people were just absolutely clueless about zoning bills. The organizer of the initiative campaign said the best education is going to be when a really bad project turns up in your neighborhood. Then people will be galvanized. I now have such a bad project, which I just discovered over the weekend, and it actually has to do with ADUs. Most of you think that ADUs are flats that you build for your granny in your backyard of your single family neighborhood. If that is what you think, you are woefully, blissfully ignorant. According to the latest zoning laws, ADUs can be added on multifamily, i.e. apartment complexes. At first glance, the ADU allows the number of ADUs to be equal to 25% of the number of apartments. So if you have an 8-unit complex, you can add 2 ADUs. Where do you add them? You convert the attached garages or other non-residential space. What happens to the people's cars who live in the units? Too bad. The car is on the street and joins the homeless. It gets, well, let me skip something. In North Redondo, we have a particularly unfortunate situation. There are a number of very dense complexes of 6, 8, or 10 units dating from the dark ages that actually have more apartments on the lot that would be allowed today. These lots since the late 70s are now zoned for 3 units, so they are non-conforming. But what is the case for these non-conforming, overly dense apartments? Why, the owners are rewarded, of course. The more units there currently are, the higher the number you have to multiply by 25%. Okay, people who live in these apartments should be running, not walking.
You got 1 more minute.
Okay. This is a particularly bad piece of legislation because it does not take into account the situations unique to our city. People who live in these apartments should be running, not walking, to signing the zoning initiative when we start up again. And I'm going to continue when you discuss aviation parking, artesia parking, because that's where the really bad example is. Then it will be on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. That is unbelievable how you keep track of everything. All right. That's it for the orange cards. Next up, e-comments and then Zoom comments.
First e-comment is submitted by Caleb Curzan. We would like to thank the City Council and Public Works Department for adding the 4-way stop signs west of PCH on Burrell. It has notably made car traffic and pedestrian crossing safer on this very busy roadway. We utilize this road daily by car, bike, walking, and running, and are grateful for the added safety. Thanks, the Curzan family. Submitted by Vicky Etzel. Passing over Laura MD for Mayor Pro Tem. Obagi is not someone we can trust. He lies as he did last week about Laura MD. Laura MD has not been behind the Obagi recall. She has purposely stayed out of it. I support Obagi being recalled even though I am in another district. And this just goes to show you how Obagi licks the boots of Bill Brand's posse, Laurenstein and Narenheim and Brand. Even though you can see how they are all roll their eyes when Obagi speaks at meetings. Bill Brand should have done the right thing and vetoed this obvious power play by Narenheim. I think they are all afraid that Laura MD will do a good job, better than any of them can do, and run for mayor, which she has said she is not going to do. She is the best person on the city council. Laura MD has done a lot of good for this city, and it's only the ones who are afraid of losing power that lie. Nils at Narenheim's interest is power, as we saw in this move he made to be Mayor Pro Tem. He, Lowenstein, and Obagi just don't want anyone else to run the city, especially someone as good as Laura MD. Todd Lowenstein, you don't have any backbone. You will not be the next mayor. You couldn't run a city if you can't say no to these idiotic decisions. Nils should step down, and the vote should be made tonight to make Laura MD Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, and Nils, you should have read how to be a Mayor Pro Tem before you had the last meeting. You should have known the processes. Mrs. MD certainly would have been prepared. Vicky Etzel, District 3.
This includes comments. No, okay. So then any attendees from Zoom, if you can please raise your hand or *9 if you're on the phone. Thank you. I have Polly Kingsinger.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Polly Kinsinger. Many of us spoke at last week's council meeting expressing our concern for this council's decision to pass over Councilwoman Laura MD for Mayor Pro Tem. I'm hopeful that you will again hear our collective voices on this subject. I believe you should revisit this topic and reverse this decision. Mr. Obagi, you should not sit there so smugly announcing the recall against you. This is a serious issue, and I don't think you should be smiling and happy about it. I find it reprehensible that you would publicly attack a fellow council member and accuse her of being responsible for the recall you now face without any proof. It again shows your immaturity, misogyny, and inflated ego, and by disparaging the only woman on the dais, you continue to try and isolate and silence her rational voice. Could you be so self-centered to believe that Councilwoman MD could be the only person hoping you would be removed from this council? You would be wrong. Be warned, we are listening and we will continue to come forward and hold you accountable. At the end of last week's meeting, it's clear that Councilmember Horvath was listening to all of us when he suggested that this council revisit the topic of Mayor Pro Tem. He was rudely shut down by Councilmember Obagi, who spoke out of turn, which seems to be a regular occurrence for him. Even when current Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim suggested that there would be no discussion, Councilmember Obagi continued to speak out and said whatever he wanted. No one went back to discuss Mr. Horvath's suggestion. It was just ignored and the meeting came to a close. Now it's time for you to grow a pair and stop aligning yourselves with this hooligan. He will go down and he will take the two of you with him. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone in Zoom? Okay, that's it on Zoom. And that concludes our,
Okay, so that concludes that. If anyone else would like to come down and speak without a little blue orange card, come on down. Please say your name.
excuse me?
No, you do not have to fill out an
No, you
orange
can go
card.
ahead
You
and
can
go.
just come here and state your name.
Okay. Pat Healy, District 1. Both the United States Constitution and the California Constitution prohibits government from unfair employment discrimination practices in the workplace. According to the Fair Employment and Housing Act, it applies to both public and private employers. City council works for the city and therefore its residents. Our local government should not violate individuals' districts' representatives' rights, let alone the rights of the residents that those representatives represent. District 5, District 3, and District 2 were all passed over to Crown, the District 1 representative as mayor pro tem. District 5, District 3, District 2 encompass the majority of the districts in the city of Redondo Beach. They were all passed over for consideration for mayor pro tem. Why are these districts being discriminated against? Why are these districts' representatives being discriminated against? Redondo Beach City Council members have all sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and the California Constitution states that the people have the right to instruct their representatives, permit government for petition government for redress of grievances, and assemble freely, consult for common good. So why is the city council causing harm to a clear majority of the districts in the city of Redondo Beach by not protecting decades of precedent? At the last city council meeting, there was a motion to restore the established rotation of and the majority of the city council did not agree with that motion. Evidently, the Redondo Beach City Council has no intention of upholding or defending the Constitution or their oath of office. On the other hand, they are using their offices to infringe upon the citizenry's First Amendment rights and their 14th Amendment equal protections. At the last city council meeting, I called upon the Redondo Beach City Council to rectify this injustice by reestablishing the recognized rotation of the mayor pro tem. I also instructed city council to redress my grievance that the present presiding officer, the mayor pro tem, is an imposter, a fraud being perpetrated against our democratic processes and democratic values. Today, I'm calling upon the presiding officer to honor the oath of office, to protect and uphold the Constitution, and resign as mayor pro tem post haste.
All right. Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come up here and speak? You only speak one time.
Good evening, council members. Maggie Healy, District 1. Kind of takes a lot to bring me back to the council chambers after 29 and a half years of working here, but I was awarded the key to the city, so even though the doors are open, I symbolically bring that key now to address you because things have gotten very bad here. And I can't believe what is happening. On June 21st, 2022, the resolution that was presented on the council agenda was the appointment of District 5 Representative Laura Emdy as Mayor Pro Tem. After 2 decades of a regular rotation of that position, the public had a right to expect that Laura Emdy, who is next in line, would be nominated to fill that temporary position. Instead, in a bait and switch move, in the middle of the night, Councilmember Nils Narenheim nominated himself to skip over District 5 and 2 other districts so he could be mayor pro tem again. Very sneaky and without any merit. Councilman Obaji seconded the motions, stating very petty and personal reasons for not wanting to honor the normal rotation, and just, he doesn't ever want to hear from the District 5 representative again at any meeting. Again, the motion was without merit and clearly a rotten move based on petty personal grievances. Something smells in Redondo Beach. Shame on you. Councilman Obaji, District 5 representatives deserve to be heard through their duly elected representative, whether you like it or not. Furthermore, Councilmember MD deserves to do her work for constituents without having to endure the hostile environment that you have created for her. Ever since you've been on the dais, not just on June 21st and the successive meetings, but ever since you've been up here, you've created a hostile environment. Councilmembers Lowenstein and Narenheim, I hope you have the integrity to recognize that you've overstepped here. And your move was potentially a violation of the Brown Act. And it has definitely undermined the right of the public to have equal representation. I call upon you to correct this wrong and honor the rotation that has been a precedent for 20 years. Honor the expectation of the broad Redondo Beach public, and particularly District 5 residents, that Laura MD would be mayor pro tem. Thank you.
Okay, all right. With roughly 8 minutes to go, is there anyone else wanting to come down and speak? Is there anyone else on Zoom? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, the gavel has come down. We're done for non-agenda items. As a side note for everyone that's here, our Wi-Fi here has changed. Our RB Visitor is for the public, is a Wi-Fi for the public, so if you want to use the Wi-Fi, the password is staff guest, all lowercase. So if you're on your phones out there and you want to join our Wi-Fi, you can update that. All right, so moving on past non-agenda items. Next up, we've got item N1. And this is the mayor and city council application interviews for commissions. So running these things a little bit different since we got a lot of work to do and a lot of things going on. We normally, speaking, only put this item on the agenda for the night. But because we've got a lot of items to do and take care of in the city of Redondo, we actually have some other items. And we also have not very many slots open. So if anybody's got the Maddie Act PDF that was sent out or flyer that was sent out, there's not that many slots that are open. And it is the mayor's choice. So we will be up here doing an interview, talking to people, and it's the mayor's choice to choose, and he will be choosing. And we will give our recommendations. And then in August, and he'll put forth his choices in September. They will be confirmed or denied as a whole by the council. And then they're sworn in at the end of September-ish. And then October, I believe, is their first meeting. So without further ado, we're going to get going. What we're going to do things a little bit differently. We're going to do the first person first according to the alphabetical order. Then we'll do the last one, and then we'll meet up in the middle. So that way the people in the middle are last this time. Yes. Okay. He's what?
He's no
longer in the city.
Not right, yeah, he's temporarily out of the city.
Oh, temporarily out of the city. That's the first one. Okay.
Right, and then Wayne Craig and Tracy Karamura has family that has COVID-19, so they decided not to come.
Okay.
So, and then we do have a couple people that will be in Zoom, but they will be last after you've interviewed. So the Zoom is Carl de la Fuentes, Juan Melendez,
Hold on, let me write that down.
Oron Tanner. It's
hold
on
on.
your, if you look at your commission applications by preference,
Uh-huh.
that will provide you the list and who's RSVP.
Oh, okay.
Point of order.
One sec.
Eleanor, we didn't get the booklet. for everybody.
The booklet was emailed. You should have received it on,
Yeah.
I didn't get it.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, I got it
right
at
after the email that Melissa sent. I sent one related to that. So
yeah.
can you forward that to them?
5:32 p.m.
Can we get a hard copy?
Sure.
I don't need a hard copy, I'm good.
Yeah, I didn't include, actually, you know what, Councilmember Horwath, I didn't include your separate email.
Oh, you just
That's
sent to the city address, not the Gmail address for him? The
Yeah,
private
for
one,
all of
personal
them.
one?
time was this at?
This was at,
What's that?
it's Friday at,
5:32.
Okay, I'll look.
yes.
5:31 on my phone, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was all the applications without,
Okay.
I decided not to do the
Thank
books this
you.
year.
Yep. Okay. So I'm sorry, when you said, let me go back to the thing here.
Okay.
So the ones in yellow are Housing Authority.
Correct,
The ones in pink are incumbents.
correct.
And then, did you say there was a marker here as to RSVP yes, and then there was a no in there?
Correct,
Okay. And it says the two people that are Zoom, stay on there, they're Zoom.
right.
Okay.
And you could go ahead and mention the no's just in case they decided to show up.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right, so I don't need to do James Biskey because he has left the city. So first,
Temporary.
Temporarily.
Temporarily.
He's just not present in the city.
temporarily.
He doesn't want to be in this rotation at all.
Okay. Oh, he's withdrawing the application.
Oh, he's
Even
withdrawing
better.
the application.
Okay. So first up would be Roger Carlson. After that would be Michael White. Mr. Carlson, come on down. You can sit in that seat right over there rather than standing at the podium, so we can take your time. And if you guys have a resume you want us to receive and file, you want to give a 2-3 minute spiel, that's fantastic. Please keep it less than 30 minutes. Just joking, 30 minutes. I saw those faces. Maybe you have some follow-up questions, maybe you won't. And we'll kind of go from there. Mr. Carlson, you are setting off.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks a lot for considering me for another term on the Harbor Commission. It has been an honor to serve. And I am really excited about what we can do in the next 4 years. If you choose someone else, I am still interested. I'm still going to be involved. I told you 4 years ago that I use every aspect of the harbor. That's still true today. It's where I go out to play. It's where I go out to get some exercise. It's where I go out to dinner. My wife and I went out to dinner recently on the International Boardwalk. We went, one place for a beer. We went one place for a couple oysters. We went another place for dinner. And while we were getting the oysters, we had to share a table, and we were sharing a table with a couple people from Koreatown that had driven all the way down here from Koreatown to get, a birthday dinner out, which impressed me because there's days I want to drive up to Koreatown to go out to dinner. And I want to say this really carefully, I was really proud they drove down here, but you've all been to the International Boardwalk. I could be a little more proud of, showing that off to people from Koreatown. And a lot of that's in this year's budget, There's a lot of great things we can do down there soon without, a lot of work, without a lot of investment, without, within the city budget. I'm really excited about that. So I told these people they should, come back here in a year. So that's my vision. That's what I want to do down there. Make it the place we all love now and are going out to now, but make it a place we're a little more proud of. And I'm looking forward to getting as much of that done in the next year, in the next 4 years. Hopefully get a lot of it done by the Olympics when we'll have a lot of people in Los Angeles and really want to make this a place we're proud of.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Carlson. So yeah, I see on your resume, remember when you came up 4 years ago for the spot, what caught my eye was that you were a literal rocket engineer. and worked for SpaceX. I know Blue Origin or the other one, or the Sierra Nevada.
I did Virgin Orbit, SpaceX, little company called Astra that's been struggling. Now I'm consulting with a couple companies around here.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that you're in the harbor, you use the harbor, you do a great job on the Harbor Commission. I've talked with you quite a bit. You've got a great mindset to get things done, move things along. You were with us on the oyster tour down there in Carlsbad.
I've been doing some volunteering and also been volunteering with the CSU Long Beach Shark Lab. Went out looking for white sharks on Monday. There's none around. The red tide chased them all away, but hopefully like other visitors, they'll come back too.
Don't worry, those are teenage sharks.
Little bit.
They like fish, not people. All right, cool. Does the council have any questions?
Sure.
Lowenstein?
Yeah, Roger, you've done a great job, I think. Did you work for Sierra Nevada, did you say?
I did not know.
Okay. Not the beer, everybody. There's 2 Sierra Nevadas. So. What do you think you're most proud of in the last 4 years of what's been done?
Starting to get over the Groundhog Day. So I don't feel like it's done yet, but I can see daylight at the end of the tunnel.
Regarding the amenities plan, or
regarding a lot of things in the harbor.
Okay.
Frankly, a lot of things have been stalled. We were talking about the white sea bass program last night, and Vicki Callahan, another commissioner, said this has been Groundhog Day. And what we should do with the sport fishing pier has been kind of Groundhog Day. What we should do with where the boat ramp should go has been stalled. And I think we have a great plan for where the boat ramp will go now. The layout that the SWA group has made for that looks really good to me. I can't wait to see what that area looks like in the future with a boat ramp next to a revitalized sport fishing pier or short pier, whatever it becomes. More docking and dining, more people coming to things in the harbor by boat.
Seaside Lagoon.
Seaside Lagoon, an educational facility, just more stuff to do down there. That looks like a great little nexus of good stuff to do. I should say these people from Koreatown, all they came down here for was seafood. They didn't know about the other stuff in the harbor. They didn't even know about Naja's at the other end of the International Boardwalk. So, there's a lot more stuff we can do to attract people and make this happen. So the thing I'm most proud of would be starting to see daylight at the end of this tunnel, being part of that vision for that area, and, hopefully actually starting to revitalize the area, but keep it something we all recognize.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji or Horvath?
Yes. What do you think we should do with the Fun Factory space that sits unoccupied and is huge right now?
Well, there's the plan now is to put bathrooms in one part of it, which
It's a small part of it.
it's a small part of it, but that's really needed. It'd be great to get, some clean bathrooms and ADA bathrooms down in that area. That's really needed. The rest of it, I think, probably another restaurant. That's what it's zoned for, and I hope we get more traffic down there, more foot traffic, and it becomes, another attraction. There are 2 halves of the Fun Factory that are closed. There's the Fun Factory restaurant and the Fun Factory arcade as well. The Fun Factory restaurant out on the end next to where the skate park will go, or the Area 10 pad where the movies are and where concerts are. That part I definitely see becoming a restaurant. The part that's further back in the corner, I'm not sure. That's a tough spot to fill because it is kind of back in the corner. But as the area gets revitalized, pretty soon that's going to be the only space that's not leased in the harbor, and we'll see what comes in there. I don't have any great ideas for it because it is kind of a dark corner for now. I am happy that we're able to investigate what's going on with the pier structure using that space now. So that space may be open until, structural repairs are made to the pier. And by then, I hope the pier is doing really well and we have a lot of people wanting to do interesting stuff with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you good? Councilmember Horvath?
No, I know Roger.
Sorry.
Yeah, you said, the key thing with that fun factory space at 30,000 square feet, the kitchen area or the restaurant area, that's actually plumbed for saltwater. That's a rarity, so everyone knows. That's not easy to do and or get approval for, so something we need to take advantage of. Cool. All right, if you have anything else, let us know.
That's
All right.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next
Thanks
up.
again.
Next up, we'll have Michael White. And after that, Frank Ching. Is Michael White here?
Where'd you go?
And, I don't have that one open. So many boxes that are open.
Frank Ching here?
All right, come on down. Why is that closed? Oh.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening.
Mr. Ching?
My name is Frank Ching. I'm a resident of District 4, and I also own a property in District 3. So I'm here, actually, I actually filed my application through the process about a year ago, and this is the second time I've been called for the interview. I will serve the best you think I fit the most with my profession. I am a long-term public servant. I'm currently a deputy executive officer for LA Metro. I'm in charge of all the entire region's transportation demand management and also all the parking management for Metro. Before that, I served City of Santa Monica. I was the city parking administrator. And I'm also serving as a National Parking Association's board executive. So for your item N4, you should actually consult with me. Okay, for your item N4 tonight, you should actually consult with me. I certainly care about a T-shirt, traffic, and parking too, right? I remember last year, Mr. Obaji asked me why now. Let me say this. My daughter just recently honorary graduated from Redondo Union High School, and she's going to get full scholarship to attend the college that our President Obama went to. So I'm very proud, and I have time to serve where I am, which I call home. So I would love to able to provide my expertise to the city and able to do my best to make best recommendation for the council to make a decision.
Thank you.
And I'm open for any question.
All right, thank you, sir. I have no questions. Anyone else have any questions?
Sure. Would you stick around for N4 so that you can give us your thoughts on what these parking consultants tell us?
All right. I certainly will stay around.
You don't have to look at staff and say,
I
okay.
certainly will stay around. I just don't want my parking consultant colleagues to dislike me moving forward. No, seriously. I would definitely.
Thank you for being persistent and applying again or coming back again, coming all the way down here. Last time was on Zoom. And because it kind of takes, as the mayor said the last time, it takes a couple of times for us to be able to get everybody in. So I hope the mayor will strongly consider you, and I'll certainly push for you.
I'll definitely do so. No, seriously, I will definitely do so for the item N4. And if anything that I can provide any suggestion, I'm more than glad to do it tonight.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Sure, please.
Hey, Frank, thank you for coming down. So your preferences for public safety over public works, kind of interesting considering your background is public works oriented.
Correct. When I applied, there was actually a vacancy on public safety.
Okay.
And any municipality staff would let you, or any mayor would coach me and say, public safety always should come first. And that's why I put public safety, it's my highest priority. However, I do have extensive experience on capital projects and including development. If you go down to City of Santa Monica, Parking Structure 6 is actually my product. That was an award-winning garage. It actually was my product. I am actually currently doing a lot of work on constructing a lot of transit corridor projects, and I'm the one who's studying what is a multimodal mobility hub integration should be. And then I'm also the person sitting on the LA 28 transportation committee right now. So I do think with my connection and my profession should be able to bring contribution to the city.
Yeah, because public works occupies a lot of our budget and time. So, and not necessarily the commission, but which is very important as well. But in terms of our budgeting, I mean, we have, capital improvement projects. We spend quite a bit of time and money on that. So your expertise would be welcome probably in either commission, I'm sure.
Absolutely, thank you. And I can share that for the capital budget. It's certainly a big portion of our budget in our agency too.
Right, I bet, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Horvath?
No, I'm good. I appreciate everything you said.
Thank
Okay.
you. I definitely will stick around, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ching.
All right. After that, we've got Jacqueline Warstadt. And after Jacqueline is going to be Christina Kelly.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
So thank you for considering me for another term on the Historical
Can you move a little bit closer to the microphone?
Will do.
Thank you.
Can you hear me better now? A
Yeah.
little bit? Or I can move it closer to me.
Or either or.
This time of day, I tend to be a little more soft-spoken. I am wiped out.
I hear you.
So I am just thrilled to be part of the Historical Commission. It has just been the best rollback in time. I have been volunteering to staff the Redondo Beach Historical Museum. And every time I walk through the door, I just feel so welcome there. And anyone who comes through and everyone who comes through just seems to have just that key piece of the puzzle for me being just quizzical all about, Redondo in a simple time, just something that's so preserved. Of course, with my own tour that the commission had given to me, and then there's the self-guided, but there are things that we can gravitate to in there. And it's just been so relatable to hear the stories of people who are still living in Redondo. And they're, for example, like a great uncle or a grandfather had been with the railway system with a red car, and you just see just their face just light up when they tell me all about it. And I said, well, let's go look at some photos. Or, you just wait and they lead, and they just are as excited as I am every time I'm in there. And so that has just been like an honor and just such a creative avenue for me, looking through the collections, trying to just piece together some of the improvements that we talk about as a commission. And I'm just having a great time, and hope that I can continue to do so.
So you are on the Historical Commission, but you're referencing the Morale House, so you're on a Historical Society as well?
It's not the Morale House, but it's the Redondo Beach Historical Museum.
The Queen Anne.
Oh, the other one. Okay, got it.
The Queen
Yep.
Anne, the 1904. So yeah, so when I walk in there, I just, I just embrace that time, so, as do all of the visitors that we've been getting. And it's just it's a thrill for me.
It's cool.
I could do this all the time.
What's funny is when I was in high school, I didn't care at all about history. And the older I've gotten, the more I've seen not just the value, but we are today. Everything here is because of history. And grew up in San Pedro, there's a lot of military history, and we have Wilderness Park, which was a radar site, and a lot of Nike sites. And Redondo was around, so it's fascinating to me. So the more we can archive that and get that going, keeping those stories alive is fascinating. So thank you. You guys are working on any projects in the Historical Commission?
We are. So I'm curating some of the collections, and I'll be working with a local archaeologist just to kind of put things together a little more with the collection of the stones and just all of the the pestle and all of the rocks that are on display, categorizing the pictures a little better, making more wall space. And then something I really do want to see in there is an honorary picture of Patricia Dreisler. Of course, the museum
Absolutely.
was named after her, and I had the honor to meet her at our open house. And I know that she just connected with so many of us. And the way she looked at me, I definitely feel like she wanted to take me under her wing. So it would be an honor if anybody would like to pass the torch to me. I would definitely do my best and strive to I know those are big shoes to fill, but just a small portion of that, if I could just, go in that direction and just keep people coming to the museum and giving them the tours and noting, all of the wonderful stories and just have a nice cohesive display of everything and just continue in that direction.
Yeah, that's awesome. And if you guys ever need money for stuff, you can always send letters for the budget and projects you want to do, projects you want to head up. Feel free to be proactive.
Absolutely.
So anyone on the council? Sure. Councilman Horvath?
I appreciate your love of history too, as a former history scholar or major. I see that you did some work at Wilderness Park. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
So that's part of the native plant restoration. And yes, I have done that kind of in the beginning when they first started. But anytime I walk through and see the plants flourish like that, knowing that they're native plants and the environment is thriving, it's just such a wonderful memory as a child, and then bringing my own son there. So absolutely, I plan to do a little bit more of, the weeding and the planting and those type of projects as I can, yeah.
Yeah, getting back to the history part, it's amazing you moved to Los Angeles, which you think is a very new and recently built city, and then you realize the only thing that's new is the history that you don't know.
Well said, right? Yes.
Right. Well, I like to say, I said that, it was Harry Truman that said that. So, yeah, it's really amazing. And about Pat Dreisler, I was at her memorial service last week. We really lost a treasure. I mean, she was amazing. And, she's been honored, but I think she was so integral to so many things in this city. Even her husband was involved with the King Harbor.
Yes.
Setting that up, and she was involved with it. She set up the community services department of our city. So by herself as a single mother of 6.
I'm a single mother, so maybe that's also
6, yeah.
Yeah. And of 1, and I'm like, wow.
When you said, wow, yeah.
When you said 6, I'm like, that's
6, like, wow, right?
The wow factor. So, but
it's hard enough to be a co-parent of 6, but single 6. But so much respect for you and being a single parent. It's a hard job. It's probably one of the hardest jobs you can have, right?
It's pretty tough. I told him tonight, you might have to find your own ride home from work. I've got some big business to do.
Well, good. Well, thank you for your service so far on the Historical Commission. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Christina Kelly. And after that will be Orhan Tanner on Zoom.
Good evening, councilmen, members, and Mayor Pro Tem Nils Nefferham. My name is Christina Kelly. I'm in District 2, and I am here to hopefully renew for a full term for Public Arts Commission. And I am very eager because since last November, we've been working on a project that I'd like to see come into fruition with my fellow board member that we are in for the historical subcommittee, and it was a project we worked on off of Flagler and Ripley for the Ito Family Park. So I put a proposal in this prior month for a conceptual design. And everybody seemed on board, including the family. So it tickled my heart, and I'm committed to our community. I'm president of the Historical Society, so we have to connect. I've never actually met everybody. I think due to COVID too, has been dealing with a lot of issues with volunteers to help out. And I know we had with that too. But anyway, the Ito Family Parquet is a unique thing for, I think, the Public Arts Commission, because it's something that not only involves art, but history. And it's something that could be really unique to the area to address the internment camps that, of course, so many people had suffered. And I think it's just such a wonderful educational and very important contribution that Redondo could make for the community. So, yeah, I'm put my glasses on and see. I'm also with the Friends of Redondo Beach Art Group, Redondo Beach Art Group, and I've done various volunteering throughout the community. So,
Awesome. And you're a metalsmith.
yeah, I'm a
Don't
certified
forget-
metalsmith. so-
Certified.
yeah, I'm a certified metalsmith. So, I break out with the big tanks. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So.
That's amazing. You know, and if so everyone knows, she also volunteered on the Riviera Bid Association.
I was on the, I did the, for the landscaping, I was on that board, so.
You're just a ball of energy. And the best thing about you is you're so happy and you're smiling all the time. Everything's positive. It's just such a good to have
I'm
you
grateful
around.
for
Great.
our community where we live. I feel like we're all roof overhead and food our belly. We're all in a really lovely place, and it's nice for us all to work together to understand each other, especially with everything we've gone through. We have so many stories to tell in the future and so much more progress that we can make in our city, and art is definitely a big part of it, I think. And so, yeah.
That's awesome. I like the leadership you're taking on the Art Commission. We need more people like that who take leadership on the Art Commission, so everyone knows when you're on a commission, it's not just doing whatever staff tells you to do. You bring things and drive things forward and help staff move things forward, because that's what gets things done, is when you get your elbows dirty and rolled up and making things happen.
I felt really proud too that one of the family members came, that last one, and that really tickled my heart. And just to have the reaction, then I feel like you're doing something right, so I really felt proud of that, I have to say. So
That's
they were
awesome.
really happy and pleased with the conceptual design.
That's awesome.
There's still more to it, obviously, but
Yeah.
but it was
One
really
step
wonderful.
at a time.
Yeah,
Cool. All right. Any question?
Yeah, I appreciate your work on that. 'cause,
Thank you.
Commissioner Morocco on the Historical Commission. has
yes,
been a real driving
Ron
force.
was
Yeah.
so helpful, and we wanted to I have him right here in my notes. We wanted to make sure that we understood and came across, and Ashish Sharma, who was also the liaison for the subcommittee, historical subcommittee for the Public Arts Commission. We really worked hard on that, and so I thought, I felt good that we were putting time in that to hopefully make it come, again, we want it to come to fruition, so.
Can you just give us a little teaser of what it may conceptually end up being and what the timeline could happen on that?
Yeah, timeline, I would hope, at least possibly next year. I know how long things take, so, I would like to say within this year. I think it depends on funding and what, the design as far as when it gets voted in, but basically, I wanted to have a connection. There's a lot of symbolism with plants. So we were going to do cherry trees at the end, possibly a maple. There's going to be some fencing that surrounds Flagler and Ripley, and it was going to be a unique design where it kind of looks kind of like barbed wire fencing, but without it being barbed wire fencing. There's going to be a lot of symbolism. I know it sounds funny. Well, it's going to be wood, obviously, but there's going to be, that's where the artistic perspective comes in, where it's going to be a reflection on, it should be a park where you go in and you learn history, but you come out knowing that was such a horrible event. You want to just be a better person when you come out of there learning that. We all need to have an understanding with that, especially with the families that have gone through that. So it's really important that when I addressed it, that there was symbolism to the culture, that there was going to be seating for reflection, and there's the posts are going to be there. It'll say, for the Ito Family Park, and then on the wall there was going to be then historical information about the time period and what happened. Yeah.
Great.
So
Thank you.
it's hard to say I'll address all but it's kind of in there, and it'll be, obviously the designs will get better when we can do them. But
That's awesome. Councilmember Baji.
Thank you for serving, Commissioner Christian Kelly. Appreciate the arts greatly, and I'm hoping to see more art in Redondo Beach. So are there any frustrations you've had on the Public Arts Commission insofar as either the infrequency with which you all meet, the maybe some systemic problems with relative to the commission itself not being able to move things forward as quickly or as much as you'd like. Is there anything that we could change, I should say, to help empower the Public Arts Commission?
I think everything takes time. You know, it's the connection that we have with, it's that human connection we all need to have. And that's what moves things forward, you know. And I think that maybe it could be on both parts. So just getting a better understanding where we're at, you know, having more key points, you know, when it comes then to you. So I think it's so intertwining. I think it's something that all of us can do. I know that sounds kind of, you know, just kind of silly, but I've been really, really proud to be on there. I've been so thankful to have with my fellow board members a connection within the arts, and sometimes slow and steady wins the race. So, I mean, I think it would have been nice to, with the electric boxes, some of that artwork to get more out there, because that seems such an easy thing to do. And I know in the past we've been lucky in the village to have things so fast going out there, but I would like to see that a little bit, I guess, come to also fruition with a lot of the electric boxes with the artwork, because there's been a lot of artists that have been patiently waiting to get their artwork on there. So I'd like to see that move forward, and then hopefully, you know, other projects. So.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you. You're doing a great
Thank you so
job.
much. Thanks for your time.
All right. Next up, we've got Orhan Tanner on Zoom. And then after that, we're going to have Gail Hazen. Gail won't be here. VJ. Jesty. Is Orhan available?
Yes, I am.
All right,
Can
sir.
you hear me well?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Fantastic. Good evening, council members. First of all, my sincere apologies for not being able to join you in person this evening, but I'm actually traveling in Europe with my family. Thank you for having me tonight. As you know, I am a member of the Preservation Commission, where I proudly serve, but it is my sincere desire to be able to serve the city as a member of the Public Arts Commission. That's the reason why I'm here in front of you tonight. In a nutshell, some of you do know me, and I have interviewed with you before for this position. I have more of a strategic view when it comes to arts and public arts with regards to the Redondo Beach and our community. I sincerely believe again that the arts can play a major role in advancing our lives in the city of Redondo Beach. We have a unique position in South Bay. We can be the leader when it comes to arts and culture. We have a fantastic performing arts center, which nobody else in our immediate neighborhood, except maybe for Torrance, does have. And right now, with the availability of the historic library, with the potential use of with arts, I think Redondo Beach is uniquely positioned to become the cultural hub of the entire South Bay. And with that, I just want to add, when I look at several arts and culture practices as similar cities across the globe, including Europe, where I am right now, and even the Far East, other places, I also see that it really helps the cities and its governments to advance other issues. For example, one of the things I mentioned in my interview last year is that we have been talking about the future of the power plant for the longest time. The question should be, what kind of arts and culture elements are going to be in the new development? What type of requirements will the city ask? Not only because of the particular project, but how it will help the especially the younger generation of Redondo Beach. We all know that I don't need to tell you that a fantastic school system in Redondo. But when I look at the colleges and professions and so on and so forth in their new admission processes, especially in a test blind environment, people are looking for other qualities in students as well. And I think, again, in Redondo Beach, between the Performing Arts Center and especially maybe with the potential use of the historic library for as a museum, we have a great opportunity to bring that kind of a new cultural perspective to our younger generation. So to sum it up, I would love to serve on the Public Arts Commission, not only because I'm very much interested in arts and my wife is an artist and, you know, I've been a very active part of the arts world all over the world, but I'm also a strategic thinker and I think I would be able to help the commission and also the council and eventually obviously our entire community how to use arts and culture as a strategic tool to have a better world for ourselves. Thank you for listening to me. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. So you're in Europe, you're 8-9 hours ahead of us. So thank you for staying up so late.
It's about 4 o'clock in the morning here.
That's what I thought.
Where are you right now? You're in Europe.
Which country are you in?
I'm in Turkey right now. I'm on
That's
an
what I
island in Turkey, between Turkey and Greece.
That's what I thought.
Take us with you.
Just so you know, Mr. Tanner, we've got be sure to watch this on the agenda tonight. We have the Veterans Park old library on there, and you were very persuasive in your talking points about what to do for the Veterans Park old library. So that is item number N3, I believe it is. N3, yeah. So be sure to watch that when you're back. Anyone have any questions for the guy?
No, I appreciate all that you do on social media, sharing art from the South Bay, taking pictures and the like. So hope to see you, appreciate your service on the Preservation Committee and hope one day to see you on the Arts Commission here.
Thank you very much. Thank
You win
you.
big points for being on at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hopefully we're not on 4 a.m. Thank you. All right. Actually,
bye-bye.
Miss.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Miss Carla de la
Thank you.
Fuentes. You're welcome. Carla de la Fuentes, are you here? He's on Zoom. And after that, we'll go to John Simpson.
Hi, good evening, council members. Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, council members, city staff. I'm really delighted to be considered as a candidate for one of the commissions right now that was advised there are vacancies. And I would like to express 3 topics very much is what I do presently and what topics I'm interested to serve and what aspects I will say that they are really my passion for serving to the city. I've been living here for more than 35 years. I work presently for the city of Los Angeles for more than 20 years. My professional experience is for more than 35 years. I'm a civil engineer by trade. I work personally for the Department of Public Works, engineering in different kind of capital projects corresponding to transit-oriented projects and also wastewater. But more importantly, aspect of considering marine projects for infrastructure for waterfronts and aspect corresponding to infrastructure especially for the high tides, especially for the climatic changes. In the last 20 years, many projects have been oriented to see in what way we can provide containing infrastructure in order to make sure that all the elements that we have in this beautiful city, coastal city, can be preserved. I gather some thoughts, for these last candidates, and I can see many of these icons that historically that we want to preserve can be lost if we don't have really the initiative to provide that kind of infrastructure along with specialists in this area. So I think that the aspect corresponding to infrastructure as a general aspect for a city, there gotta be a mass to be contemplated along with many consultants, contractors that can come along. I know that there is a waterfront, a major developments in question right now for the city. In what way will be ultimately developed? That's a question mark. But essentially, I'm prepared, to provide a suitable consultations and also to make sure that the management of consultants or contractors can come along because that's what I do in every single base. Topics, as I said, that I've been passionate is very much is the management of infrastructure in the different categories, transit-oriented projects or pedestrian safety nowadays. I got the opportunity to work with major agencies like Metro or major grants corresponding to goods movements or ATP, that they're calling accessible transit, pedestrian-oriented projects in many other kind of grants corresponding to block grants and so on. I can help to the city to see how we were able to sponsor and do. And overall, I would say there are many aspects to the city that they can be ultimately access corresponding to infrastructure to improve probably the general aspects corresponding to roadways in other areas in which that is serving especially for parks or any aspect for public works and so on. So my interest will be mainly for the Harbor Commission to see how my talents and skills during the last few years can be well served, or either for a commission for public works, which I've basically been working for the last 20 years for the city of Los Angeles. I think that this is my third year trying to get an opportunity. Hopefully I can be fortunate, to be considered enough for one of those commissions. And we'll see, what is the decision for you guys to see who can choose. Okay, I think that's very much what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great resume. I went through your resume. It's quite amazing. Anyone have any questions? No? No. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Mr. John Simpson. And then after that is VJ.
Good evening, council members and
good evening, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem. I'm currently finishing my first full term on the Public Works Commission. I'm currently the chairman, and I'm seeking to be reappointed for my second full term. I think over the last 4 years, I've shown a good understanding of the issues that are coming before the commission and listened to the public and what their concerns were and acted effectively to make appropriate recommendations to the city council. And I think I've shown an ability to do important things and be a responsible representative of the public interest. So I essentially would ask that I be reappointed to the commission.
Thank you, sir.
And look forward to any questions that I can answer.
Yeah, I've seen you on the commission. You do good work over there. You guys are quite important right now. You got a big budget to deal with.
I believe that's true.
And you can move those projects forward. That's going to be, you guys are, people don't understand that their quality of lives and everyday problems are really on public works. They're out there every day, just like public safety, and they're on call, and they do all the things like fixing sidewalks and making sure that parks are well kept and making happen, and the Public Works Commission oversees that. So thank you. All right, anyone have any questions?
Go ahead. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks, John. So obviously a lot of our efforts recently have been towards the harbor amenities plan.
Right.
Beyond the harbor area, what do you think are our next priorities in terms of public works in the city? We've put a lot of emphasis on roads. Roads, parks, what do you think?
I mean, there's some good work being done in some of the parks. In District 4, for instance, we're having some wonderful additions. I think thanks to the current council member, we've had some additions there, and I think those kinds of improvements in parks are important. I think one of the major things we need to keep looking at, and we often have this come before the commission, are various kinds of traffic problems and how to deal with issues surrounding, calming on traffic calming, some of that sort of thing. There was a while where we were sort of trying to advocate traffic circles, which are very effective, but the public doesn't seem to like them at all.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to go back there. But I mean, there is an issue ongoing as the area has become relatively more populated on roads and so on that were built for another time, and we've got to do something to kind of bring some of those roads up to current standards, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, John, in the past 2 years, your commission has gained 2 public works employees, that work specifically in the traffic arena.
That's right.
And I'm just wondering, like, how that has changed, the conversation, the dynamic that you guys have.
Everyone brings some different things to the commission. I mean, I'm a journalist and a consumer advocate, now retired by background. So I worked about 30 years for the Gannett Company, USA Today, and then for a Consumer Watchdog for 14 years or something like that. And I bring a certain kind of, I think, ability to understand issues that are spelled out and maybe reasonably good at sounding out public opinion and then considering that when we make our recommendations and coming to it as something as an interested but not formally trained in the sorts of things that these other 2 folks are. And so I think the mix of the commission right now is very successful. I think the addition of those people with that kind of background brought something to it that some of the rest of it didn't have. By the same token, I think we bring to it some sorts of ability to kind of represent broader community interests, and the way it is now constituted, I think, is very effective.
Great. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Baji.
Yes, Commissioner Simpson, what do you think, what are you most proud of out of your service on the Public Works Commission so far?
Well, I think there are a number of projects that we studied and advocated. I mean, one that comes immediately to mind, for instance, the whole traffic calming operation up on Ford Avenue, which was a lot of consideration given to that. And I think it was moderately effective at doing what we wanted to try and do. I mean, a lot of the things that come before the commission might seem relatively minor to the whole city, but they need to be looked at and taken. I'm thinking of, for instance, do we need always stop signs at this particular intersection? Do we need, how do we best, the last commission we were dealing with, should we be adding, wanted to remove add some red curb striping so that an access to a church would have better vision. And there was a whole question about how you deal with this, because you're going to be taking away a parking spot in an area that's very, very congested now. And so it was all back and forth about how do you add the safety and how you maintain a parking place. And all after came up with a suggestion, remove the little bit of curbing, add the curbing here, but you've got to take away one, add one space where you're taking it. Those kinds of things are maybe to the whole city relatively small matters, but to the neighborhood where that's happening, it's very, very important. And I think a lot of what we have done as a commission is have the ability to study those kinds of neighborhood issues and then, make an informed recommendation to the city council.
Thank you.
And I think that's a very important kind of thing to do.
I agree with you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I see you have lawn bowling on here as one of your hobbies. Where do you do?
I lawn bowl in Hermosa Beach.
I was going to ask, is that Hermosa?
And it's a wonderful lawn bowling green. I recommend you try it sometime. I'd love to see us add one of those to some park in Hermosa, but in Redondo. But I don't think that's going to happen. A dog run had a priority appropriately in Andrews Park, so we were thankful that we got that.
As long as it's not loud and lots of parking.
You gotta bring your lawn bowlers, fill these
Yeah.
seats, and that's how you get things. No, I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't be against. It's nice. Oh, green. It's open space. It's grass.
Right.
You know. All right, Mr. Simpson. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is VJ here? After VJ is Robinson, Benjamin.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Councilman, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to apply for the position of the Commissioner for Budget and Finance Committee. I was appointed to this committee in October, and I've had just about half a year to participate in it. And the more I participate, more I attend the meetings and listen to the presentations, more I feel there is a lot that I can do personally to contribute to the process. Because after all, the managing the budget and the finances is the heart of the city. Because without that, it's going to be very difficult to run the city. I've worked in for divisions of large corporations as well as a nonprofit in engineering and marketing and customer service management functions. So I have a lot of experience in developing budgets, managing them, and in the private sector, every year our budgets were getting squeezed, and at the same time we were asked to do more and more. So we found creative ways to get things done. But one thing I've learned in the last 30 years working for these companies is some of the best practices, getting feedback from employees and the staff and getting them motivated to really contribute to the overall efforts. So those are the things. And then I also spent almost 20 years learning the new techniques like the Lean Six Sigma. And I even got a green belt in Lean Six Sigma. And I lived in the city of Fort Wayne in Indiana that had a mayor who came with a similar background. And he did some really great things which improved the productivity and the response time, and also saved close to $2 million. And so I've learned all those techniques. And I think, especially after listening to the presentations by the Capital Improvements Committee and also Chief of Fire Department and Police Department, most of these departments are doing a terrific job, especially fire and police, but they are also always reacting. So what can we do to be a little more proactive? And this is where I think data analysis really comes in handy. And when everyone is stretched to capacity and they're working long hours, overtime, they don't have time to look at what is happening, or what's the data telling us, and how we can improve based on what data we're collecting. And this is where I think I can make a contribution, because I really, being an engineer, my passion is about getting facts, analyzing them, and then coming up with a solution. And I've had tremendous success in other capacities using the data, because that's something that really you need to look at. And then you can use that to help decide priorities. Because when you look at the capital improvement projects, we have so many projects. How do we prioritize them? What is important? And this is where, again, getting feedback from the citizens of this city, I think really makes a big difference. I will appreciate an opportunity to continue and really start digging into this, and I talked to our city manager, Mike, and also Jennifer, our director of finance, and I think they're very receptive to some of these ideas, and we got two of the best people in business, so I think we can do a lot of great things as a team and with everyone's support and cooperation.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. I see on here that you have a mechanical engineering degree and that you were on the Board of Appeals from 2014, and 2015, right?
Yes.
Would you have any interest in rejoining that commission if we were to start meeting that commission again and having issues to deal with?
That commission I was on, we did not have a single meeting while I was.
I understand that, and the reason why I'm bringing it up is so that everyone knows on the Board of Suspension Appeals, we may very well be very busy again because we're taking a little bit more proactive approach here in Redondo Beach on code enforcement items and building permits and illegal builds and issues and allegedly illegal builds and issues. And that board actually has three very distinct positions, and they must all be filled by three very distinct professions, such as engineer, contractor, and architect. There you go. Look at that brain of mine is actually working. And so we actually will be meeting again. So we need to think about this moving forward. And it's not currently stocked full of people, but we do potentially have things coming up. So I'm not sure how we're going to be doing that, but keep that in mind. I have watched you guys on the budget finance. It's one of the commissions. I keep tabs on all the commissions, but planning, harbor, and budget are the three main ones I really keep tabs on because you guys do some really important work. So any of you guys, Councilman Lowenstein?
Yeah, BJ, thank you for your service so far. You put that your first preference is planning, not budget and finance. Do you want to explain why? Is it because of your background in mechanical engineering that you're more interested in that than, say, budget and finance?
Yes, the budget and finance, I find it very interesting because this is where I think data analysis, getting feedback, and establishing priorities is really what really matters, in my opinion. And this is something if we are proactive, I think we can do a much better job of more effective allocation of funds and also getting the results. So I think this is where I can really make a contribution because I've had extensive training and I've used that knowledge every year.
So would you say that budget and finance over planning or planning over budget and finance?
I would say budget. Right now, I'm on the strategic planning committee for the BCHD. I've been on that committee for almost 5 years now. So I've enjoyed that too. But as I get more and more into budget and finance, I find that more to my liking, and I think it'll be more of an opportunity for me to contribute to that than planning.
Okay, yeah, I think we should probably make that in terms of preferences when we review this. Because right now it says he has planning as his first preference and then Board of Appeals is his second. I don't see budget and finance on there, nor.
Yeah, I noticed that too, actually.
Nor do I see it 1 and 2. I see it planning 1 and Board of Appeals 2.
Good catch, yeah.
So I refer to this when I make my recommendations. I just want to make sure that we get what you're most interested in.
What you're throwing, okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Horvath? Nope. Councilman Obaji?
And did you put, Commissioner Jess, did you put Planning Commission as your favorite because you feel strongly about the Beach Cities Health District Healthy Living Campus?
I was under the impression that I had budget and finance as number one.
Okay, so it's probably a typo then, yeah?
Probably,
Could be.
Okay.
Or maybe
So-
that was what I had last time.
Maybe, and it carried
Yeah,
over?
and that just got carried over.
Okay.
Yeah.
But,
Because some got partial, we asked them if they wanted to use their prior application.
okay, so you got on the budget, and he got on the Budget Finance Commission when he never even put that as a preference? Or did you just eliminate his preference for the Budget and Finance Commission?
We didn't do anything with his It was his initial application in 2020.
Right, okay.
Okay,
So that's
so-
pretty impressive, though, that he got appointed to the Budget and Finance Commission without ever having
mistake.
indicated.
I did
By
not.
mistake, yeah.
Yeah, I just
All right.
had that carried over to the.
Busy mayor. But now a question for you on point. Did you get a chance to see the budget that the city council passed?
Yes.
What constructive criticism do you have for the city council about the budget that we passed?
Good question.
Again, going back to a couple of these items, the capital improvements, one thing that I thought was lacking was year-to-year progress on each individual project, because when you look at each project, they all look good, they all look like they are necessary, but how do you establish priorities because you have limited funds? And this is where I've had a lot of expertise in establishing priorities and sometimes maybe allocating smaller funds for different projects just to get everything going. This is something I did not see. In that presentation, all I heard was about each project, but there was no background information or no carryover from the previous year. So I think we need a little more data and more analysis of what has already been done and what the plans are for the future. If we have that, then I think it'll be easier to establish priorities.
All right, well, thank you for your service and thank you for representing District 4. That's it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
You're welcome. All right, next up is Benjamin Robinson. And then after that, we will do Tracy Kamimura. COVID, okay. It says, yep, that's right. Tracy, you marked as yes. And after that will be Raphael. You will be next. Mr. Robinson.
How are you?
Howdy. You have anything you want to say to us?
Well, I submitted an application previously.
Yep.
And I interviewed previously, I was called to come in for a personal interview.
Yep.
I don't know if there's anything different.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to tell us? You have a profession in law, an occupation in law?
Yes.
Can you explain that? That's which law? What kind of law did you practice?
You want me to explain?
What kind of law did you practice?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Primarily labor employment, constitutional law, things of that nature.
Did you ever go against that guy?
No, I've never seen him, other than the picture I saw in the flyer. But no, I've never gone against him.
Labor law. So you were on the defendant's side, or plaintiff's side? Or were you on defendant's side?
It depends.
Depends.
Well, for a while I was with the labor organization.
Oh, okay.
And with the SEIU.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Quite a few years in the legal system. Learned a lot about the legal system myself.
You are in there?
No, I've learned about a lot of being up here on the city council.
Oh, okay.
It's been quite the experience. All right, well, cool. You're going for the Housing Authority application.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, sir, are there any questions, Councilman Lindstein?
Yeah, thank you for applying, Benjamin. There's only 2 spots available. Is there another commission, if we are unable to appoint you, that you'd be interested in?
Anything, yes, whatever you would have. I mean, there probably would think, I heard some things up here today about the Harbor Commission and things of that nature.
Yeah.
I'm an old salt, and I was in the Navy.
Okay.
Like that.
What about preservation or something else preservation or historical or anything else that was?
Yes, anything that would be open. I mean, I'm open to that. I mean, with the education.
Yeah, there are very few openings this year, but you'd be interested in other opportunities as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for applying. And like Councilmember Lowenstein said, we'll try to get you in somewhere, but there are not a ton of openings. But have you followed the Housing Authority at all? Or do you have any kind of suggestions for how our Housing Authority does its business, or what we could do better as a city as far as our housing?
I haven't reviewed your Housing Authority programs, so wouldn't be able to say that now, but with an education, you know, in law, you can make the adjustments after reading something.
Oh,
You
yeah,
kind
for
of see
sure,
what it's
for
all
sure.
about, and you figure
Of
out what the
course.
issues are, and that's the biggest thing about law, is spotting issues and trying to resolve those.
All right. Well, thank you for your service in the Navy as well. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Have a great night.
You too.
All right. Next up is Rafael Linus. Thank you. And then after that will be Juan Melendez via Zoom.
Hello, City Council. Sorry for my my slowness. I pinched
No.
a
Take
nerve
your
in my
time.
back.
Well, no rush.
No, ouch,
Oh.
sorry.
Ow.
And it's a challenge, let me tell you. Well, thank you for having me.
Well, thanks for
here.
coming down and
I got to say, you look really different from this perspective than when I'm sitting over there on the other
this
side.
side's way better, right?
Well, he's,
Sure,
he's
we'll
usually
see.
There's no
he's
way we're
usually
more
sitting
dignified,
here.
that's for sure.
He's usually over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I am currently one of the two housing commissioners. I've come to the end of my second term. However, I didn't serve a first full term. When I came in for my first term, I came in at the end of the second half. So I'm hoping that I will be granted the opportunity to serve for an additional term. The person that I work with at the housing commissioner, at the housing authority is with Angelica Zavala. One of the points that Angelica has made numerous times on their, I'm not sure what the name of the chart is, but their goals, the yearly and 5-year goals is education to homeowners and apartment managers. And that's actually been my suggestion. That's my puppy, so I get really excited when I hear her say that. There's a great lack of information missing for homeowners in terms of how the housing program works for Section 8. I think we can do a lot to educate the public, homeowners, in terms of participating in the program and opening up more housing opportunities for people trying to get in on the Section 8 housing program. And also, I am a U.S. Army veteran, and I understand that now we're doing the veterans vouchers. I don't know the name of that program, and I do not know the specifics of how that program works. But if we could get more housing open up for veterans, I would be so appreciative.
That's the VASH program, I think.
Dash, thank you, yes.
We, we're going to be working in the Housing Authority with the Project Homekey project on PCH. They're going to have hopefully have a presentation next quarter. That's going to be very key for us moving forward. Get a lot of funding through there. Did you serve your first term, was it more than 2 years or less than 2 years?
No, it was 1 year.
1 year.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. That answers it. It was only partial term. Very good. I'm sure they already knew that over there.
Yeah, I remember how impressed we were with your background and resume when you applied.
Yeah, you.
It wasn't that long ago. It's been 5 years ago.
No,
again
3 years. 3 years
Three
ago.
years ago?
3 years.
No,
Four
didn't you
years
serve
ago.
a 4-year term and then you had 1 year before that? So it's 5 years? 2017, 2018?
No, because the term is 2 years, I understand.
Oh, it's 2
Oh,
years.
you're right. Sorry about that. So it was 3 years ago. Yeah, that's right.
3 years.
Oh,
Yeah, I forgot about that. I was thinking it was
So
a 4
housing
year.
is different. It's every 2 years, and it's only for 2 years. And then also, it's actually unlimited. They could keep applying.
Keep going. Okay,
that was my next question. They limit 4 terms or, okay, unlimited.
All right.
I was going to say time flies, but apparently it doesn't. It's only been 3 years.
You were in the Army.
Yes.
Are you still, it says here you're enlisted U.S. Army Reserves. Is that current?
No, that is not current.
Okay.
So I served active duty for 4 years and then reserve duty for 2 years.
Oh, nice. Wow. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions up here?
Just want to say thank you for your service. I see you making every single meeting and representing District 4. We've actually lost 3 people have been from District 4, so thank you guys for stepping up and and carrying weight for our city.
Of course.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Juan Melendez. I believe you are on Zoom, and after that will be Roger Light.
Let me just make sure you guys can hear me?
Yep, and we can see you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Like the other gentleman, I am traveling. A lot of commonalities with everybody that preceded me. I am also a District 4 member. I am a Marine. I am not currently active duty. It was a long time ago. I am applying for re-election, I guess, for the Art Commission.
Reappointment.
I am currently serving a partial term that I jumped in on during the COVID times, which was very challenging, doing a lot of this stuff from Zoom. I sat in on the first in the chambers not a month or two ago, and that actually changed a lot of things being around people. The current council, the way it's made up, is fairly unique. There's a lot of, we get along pretty good already, but meeting in person was a big difference. My background, I started out as a kid that drew pictures a lot. I ended up going to the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale. I have a traditional background in drawing, painting, and then I got into Photoshop, and then my photography got me into video. I ended up going to USC Film School, and that's what I currently do. I am a director, producer, and I just got my drone license over this past summer. As far as the Art Commission, I don't know how else to say it, but it's kind of selfish. Like, I live in Redondo Beach. I love this city. I grew up in Maryland in a really great community, and I have this thing that I want to see more art in Redondo Beach. And there are, whether people acknowledge it or not, or that the city's growing and things are changing, and we've kind of got to adapt to that. And I'm speaking from the standpoint of the historical society and some of the real estate, and even the harbor thing. The guy's talking is, a lot of this stuff is changing, and there's a way to keep up with it and let everybody know that they're in Redondo Beach. I said this the last time when I was applying, is that, you know, we're not Hermosa Beach, we're not Manhattan Beach. And when people, you know, whether you come in from one of the 4 or 5 corners of wherever you come from, people should know that they're in Redondo Beach. And that is pretty much my goal as far as being an art commissioner. I want, like, wherever you end up in Redondo Beach, you should be able to know that you're in Redondo Beach through art. As a photographer and artist myself, I'm currently going through the utility box program, like they spoke before, which is, I think the number ended up being like 211 boxes that we have allocated to be covered and wrapped. Being on the commission, I've learned a lot as far as procedures so far goes and how long things take. And that's another reason why I want to stay on the commission. I feel like I bring a verve to the process. With the utility box stuff going on, I think I submitted 3 years ago to get it up. I am currently still not up. My box is going up, I think, on Burl and North Harbor, and I'm going through it. So I know I don't know, in some way I feel like I've kind of pushed the process in that, as far as getting a little better for the people that'll follow me. Hopefully that their process will be it'll be a lot faster for them, so we can do all these boxes. That's a real low hanging fruit thing we can do, but there's some big projects. We command a significant amount of money on that board, and yeah, there's a lot to be done, and I'm excited that I'm actually very fortunate that I only got the interim, the partial board time, because now I get to go and get a full, hopefully get a full session doing this. I've liked my time in the Art Commission. I've learned a lot, and I still have a lot to learn, but I definitely have there's an immediacy to some of the stuff I want to get done.
Ditto.
Great. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you're right. Councilmember Robaji has done a fantastic job getting District 4 out there on these commissions and making things happen. It's actually quite impressive. I don't think I've ever seen that many people from District 4. I've watched you up there on the Arts Commission. You're active. You're making things happen. So I appreciate that. And it's you understand the proactivity portion. You don't just sit there and wait. But now you see what happens if you see what happens if you sit there and wait, because nothing happens and you got to be proactive. So anything you can do to help that process moving along on the Art Commission, for those wraps, whatever it's outside organization or whatever it may be, if you see a process improvement, let staff know, drive that change.
Yeah, we're actually doing that. There's to fix things, sometimes you got to learn how they've been done before. And that's kind of what happened with this thing, is that we've got this, I don't know, for the public that's watching, is what ends up happening a lot of times in these boards is that we put something, we have a project, we focus on the one project, and we get to put on an agenda, and then months down the road, we all, as a council, then send it up to you guys to be approved. And that's just, you can't nickel and dime these things. Like, we have 211 boxes. I've already put this forward that, we should have a roster of artists that we work with, and you don't have to use a different artist. Like, you can put 5 muralists. Like, let's say we all decide on a muralist like we like. There are plenty of spaces to use that one artist 4 different places, instead of it being one artist here, one artist here. The other thing about using familiar artists that have been vetted or using the same one is that you build a sense of the same iconography and motif throughout the city. So by using
consistency,
throughout the city, whether it's a color, whatever it is we end up deciding on. But that's the other thing about the Art Commission too, is like, I think we focus a lot of times just on paint and sculpture. Putting paint on things is good and everything, and sculptures are great, but there's other parts of art that we haven't even tapped into, as far as there being video or music, or that type of thought process hasn't really been explored, I think. So I'm excited. I like being there to bring these things up.
Great. Thank you, sir. Is there any questions on the council?
I'd just like to say, Commissioner Melendez, I appreciate your service on the Art Commission and the zeal that you bring. I share your passion to get things done as far as art. In the budget, the last budget, we approved a cultural arts manager coming back to the city full time. We also allocated at my initiation $80,000 for a mural program where we hire some muralists, maybe a couple or 4 or 5, to put up sketches, deliver them to businesses, see if we can subscribe their matching funds to put these murals up. So I really hope to see the Arts Commission get going on this stuff. I appreciate how communicative you've been with me, and I'd urge you that if you are reappointed, which I'll push for, that you let me know if there's anything that we can do as a council to help empower you guys to get art proliferated in the city. And on a side, in addition to your point about knowing that you're in Redondo, when you're in Redondo, one of our strategic planning items was to rebrand Redondo Beach, and that'll be coming back in August, actually. On H9, you can see that report where we should be having a rebranding effort presentation coming back here in August. So we hope to do that too.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I would agree. I remember a time when we didn't have enough candidates from District 4. There's a lot now, quite a bit. So
yeah, Councilmember Robaji has done a great job.
He has done a great job in recruiting people. So
waking up. Okay. Any closing thoughts, Mr. Melendez?
No, I appreciate, I mean, you guys are sitting in, I'm just, as a council as a whole, the fact, good or bad, that was the most people I've seen in the room in a long time. It says a lot to you guys that regardless of whether people agree with what you've done or not in the thing, they reacted. And sometimes I say this on the art commission is I'd rather make a mistake and readjust than do nothing at all. And those things happen on council members. Like as far as being on the council, you're going to make choices. You'll end up doing something, and some people won't like it. Some people will. And I'm running into that on just the art commission. And it says a lot just for you as council members to be able to sit up there and take the bad with the good. And also it says a lot as a community, if you look at it on the other side, that all those people showed up and spoke out on how they felt. And good or bad, everybody in that room was Redondo Beach.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. We have left Mr. Roger Light, which is our last person to interview for commissions.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen when you said you're going to start at the end of the beginning. Yeah, it happened. I've never been first. I've never been last.
Those four of us who have an L in our name.
You're always in the middle. Just as a side note, Frontier 41 supposedly has dropped out. So it is streaming on YouTube. I guess you can't know that if you're sitting at home on TV. All right, Mr. Light.
All right. So, you know me, for most of you do anyway. Tried to be involved in things to make Redondo Beach a better place for the last, since I've been here in 2004. I now actually have my office in Redondo, in South Redondo. I live in North Redondo. I'm a District 5 resident there, but we now have an office in Riviera Village, the Light Center, where I practice neuropsychology. I like to work hard, but one of the things that has always kept me sane is having some physical outlets. And as we all know, Redondo Beach is not the most park-centric of cities, and we certainly could have more and better activities. I mean, it's a beautiful place and it has some really spectacular advantages. And I thought that the Recreation and Park Commission would be a good place for me to start getting giving something back to the city of Redondo Beach that I've enjoyed living in for almost 20 years. So basically, I was appointed for a partial term I think my first meeting was in October of 2021. So that was during the Zoom, and it was not the same as I finally had an in-person commission meeting recently, and it really did feel a lot better to be in where we could see and talk and accomplish some things. I started off trying to see the lay of the land and see what it was that the commission did and how it could best work. And I really found a lot of great energy on that commission, and the people all there really had the idea that they could do something good to help bring information to the council, the mayor and the council. So you didn't have to do as much of the legwork there to come up with some ideas that really will make Redondo Beach more receptive to the extent possible in the recreation aspects, opportunities there. And I learned that I got selected to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, that I don't remember it very well. So I practiced up on that. So now I could do that. Don't make me do it right now, but I can't do it off the top of my head without reading it. But what was nice about being on the commission as the short time I have is to see some really neat things happening in the city. The pickleball initiative and the plans that they're working on there, I was real excited by that. I don't actually play that. I always think of that's for older people. I guess I'm going to be 67, so that should probably count for me now. But I'm going to stay with volleyball and long distance cycling and real, those kinds of things as long as I can get away with it. But also the sailing club, the work they've been doing with that, trying to get some of those recreational opportunities and some of the issues that the education department, the cities, the summer programs and all, they've had some issues and problems and they have some thoughts on trying to help speed things forward to make that more efficient. So I really was excited about that. And so I'm here to just give another shout out to give me a full term to see what I can do to help.
Thank you, sir. I know the building you're in down there. Very nice building.
Oh, yeah, Riviera, yeah.
Yeah, Riviera.
It used to be a workout club, I guess.
You're in that office space,
Yeah,
okay.
1650.
Yeah. They went through a couple of different versions and they all kind of didn't happen.
Yeah,
Had
it
the
was empty for
international
2
language-
years. We've been there a little over 2 years, and that was it was spooky. We
Yeah.
were the only people there for a year.
I bet, yeah. So you were a doctor, official doctor. You didn't put
I'm
that on
a neuropsychologist, PhD. Yeah.
medical doctor.
I'm on staff at UCLA, but we like to say we're not real doctors, so we don't have that be on call 24 hours kind of thing.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Humility, great humility you have. And I want to thank you for your Leukemia and Lymphoma Society team training that you do every year. That's awesome. It's very personal for me. So yeah, thank you for all that. You've done a lot of stuff here in the city, and you're on the Parks Commission. Great work. Thank you. So do you have any questions here for you?
One, how's your mom doing? She's a legend.
No, yeah. One of the things that the Wilderness Park things we're thinking of doing is getting a bench for her with her name on it, and she would get a kick out of that.
Do you want to tell people what she's done? She's
Yeah,
been very...
my mom, Lillian Light, is now 98 years old, but basically she's where I grew up in Whittier. She got a park built there, and essentially it was her that got that park built. She's been so active environmental things since Earth Day existed. She's been at Hollywood Park handing out flyers on what you can do. Run solar home tours, started the Environmental Priorities Network. Could go on for a long time on the things that she accomplished. She did more in her life than any 10 women I know. She's doing okay. She's struggling with Alzheimer's, but we found a nice assisted living, very close to both me and my brother, so we can see her frequently. And the nice thing is she's happy. She's not agitated, which a lot of folks who have Alzheimer's can be. And she still knows who we are.
That's awesome.
Besides not having enough parks, what can we do better in terms of as a community with funding and other things? What would you like to see here that we don't have?
The ones that have come up so far, the pickleball, and we had some different options, and we thought, that it's very expensive to build things like permanent courts and stuff like that. So, and I know as a volleyball player, there's too much into things that only certain people do is always going to be divisive. So I think the things that will help for the most people are the things that do get more people out and about and physically active. So I do like the idea that I just read about that I'm going to try to make these more electric vehicle friendly lanes and like that. Keeping that with bike lanes, more bike lanes and more access that way, I think is a great way to get more people doing things that they already know how to do, and getting more people involved would be great.
Okay.
That's awesome. I see you ballroom dancing. You got Fred Astaire right down there.
We almost did it, but with COVID, my wife and I were a little worried about getting close indoors to too many people, but we're going to be back at it.
I went to an award ceremony for them. They wanted me to show up and give some presentations, and they are an active group who is very adamant about their dancing, ballroom dancing, and it is impressive to see their skills, how much fun they have.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyone else on the council has got me?
Sure. How do you, Commissioner Light, thanks for all your service on the Parks and Recs Commission and for keeping it Redondo, both in your living and working. While we're park poor, we do have a great number of parks. Like I note that your commission doesn't have anybody who lives in District 2. How do you all keep in touch with the residents who use the parks to see what it is that they particularly need? a slight, shading area that could really improve their living. How are y'all doing that, or have any ideas on how we can
It's a great question. So, District 5 I always thought of as less representation on this, so I've been trying to be as active as I can. I walk by Anderson Park every day, and I go by the Parkettes and things such as that. And hearing from the different commissioners that do go to the different activities that each of the districts have, we do hear from reaching out from people, and we do like the fact that now when we're going to be out here and over the internet, that people call in, people write us, so we get the information from people. But that outreach for the different parks and all would be a great thing to keep pushing and reminding us commissioners. It's a good idea.
Oh, yeah, because I learned a lot just going to the park with my daughter, Perry Park and Andrews Park. People just want a little bit of shade. Put some tennis court shading on the top part of the fence, so you get that shade easily. So
yeah, a great example of that is going by Anderson Park, the 2 tennis courts that are there, that one of the pickleball courts they wanted to make on that. And I could honestly say I walked by that 1,000 times, never seen it empty. That's probably not the best place to take away a tennis court. Good point.
Cool.
Yeah, I learned a lot. I went to all those parks. I learned a lot walking through them all. Okay, no other questions? You are good, sir. Thank you. Unless you have any closing thoughts? You're good? Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks.
All right, so that concludes our interview. Thank you. Like I said, we are going to be sending our recommendations to the mayor, and mayor will make his choices, come back in September for that. And really appreciate everyone coming down here. Thanking everyone for taking the time. And when you're on a commission, be active, be proactive, help staff come up with some ideas, move things along, come up with solutions. And that helps people make things happen. That's, not just sitting there, but actually showing up, being proactive. So thank you. And that concludes. Thank you, City Clerk, Madam City Clerk, and your whole team for making things happen on this. It's a lot of work, Vicki. Appreciate it. So do we need to make a motion to receive and file all the interviews and reports? Anything else?
I actually have one person on Zoom.
Oh, you do? Oh, for public comment, actually. We need public comment. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Public comment, we'll do the in-person first, and then we'll do Zoom.
Hi, Ilya Klinger, Vice Chair of the Historical Commission. Speaking as an individual, I want to first thank the City Council for making the commissions a lot more meaningful for us, and you guys do great work in that respect. Right now at the Historical Commission, we have a great group, so I would encourage Jackie Warstad to be given a second term. She's been doing a great job over there. Also, personally, I know the public parks were mentioned. Thank you for passing item H5. Berry Park definitely needs that love. And looking forward to getting together with the public arts. Yeah, one of the funnest things I've done at the Historical Commission is started a joint fundraising committee that we can now work. Many commissioners can come and work together from various commissions, and it's amazing to see how slowly, as COVID recedes and the commissions become more active, that we essentially have more and more commissions working together. So thank you.
Thank you. And what district do you live in?
4.
Yeah, buddy. I knew that.
That is awesome. All right, Zoom. Who's up?
Christy Meekler.
Hi. I think I was hoping to, I didn't realize that you had to do a formal process to actually volunteer or throw your name in the hat for being nominated for one of the commissions. So I think I misunderstood what this meeting was for. So this meeting was only about people you were already notified and were planning to interview. It wasn't. Some other friends of mine that are very active in the community let me know about this, but sadly I'm on vacation and wasn't able to formally put something together. I was hoping to volunteer for any of the commissions. I would really like to be more involved in my community.
So at this point, you can go ahead and send your email me at Eleanor, or actually city clerk, one word, at redondo.org. And then I'll give you the process of what you'll need to do, because you'll need to fill out an application. And then from there, we'll get your application and then we'll put it through the process.
Should I actually give you my qualifications or anything like that now, just to understand about what value I can bring to our community?
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say you might want to submit it, maybe write an email to the council members. And there's times where we actually have vacancies in the middle of the year. So it's not necessarily at one particular part of the year that we do all of our appointments. The mayor does his appointments. So it's not too late, I don't think.
Is it too late? Are you saying it's too late?
No, it's not too late, the opposite.
Yeah, we're constantly receiving applications through the year. So it's not too late.
Okay.
Also at this.
Oh, very wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
Just a quick, I was born down in Long Beach, so I am a California native. I have education-wise, but what I would bring to the table is I have a background in electrical engineering. I was a project manager at Boeing for 18 years. I managed multi-million-dollar projects. In my last few years of tenure, I was on the business development team and I brought in hundreds of millions of dollars of money to the company. I have very strong project management skills. I do think that any commission, I just want to be involved. It's not any one particular area that I think would benefit from my expertise due to the fact that I have a very strong background in project management and system engineering type of purview to the city. Other than that, I am a mother of two. I am very active in the school board and just education part of the community. I volunteer a lot. I'm a member of the PTA. I really would like to be, more involved. So that's my little shtick for now, but I'd be happy to send an email to the city clerk and go through the formal process of filling out an application.
Great.
Excellent.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Put out the application and submit that to the city clerk, and she will distribute that to mayor and council. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
You're welcome. All right, any more public comment? Anyone want to come down and speak or Zoom? Yeah, yes, sir. Councilmember Waji.
Mayor Pro Tem, I wanted to remind folks, if the mayor were here, what he'd say is get your application in and then get your come back. If you don't get appointed this year, come back again next year. And it's just a matter of time before you get appointed. We do have a minimal number of slots this year go around, but we'll try to get folks in. And if you don't get it this year, then just apply again next year, because more spots will become open every year, and you'll eventually get in. So just be persistent.
And if I could add something, Mayor Pro Tem, as well, just a reminder as all of you make your recommendations to the mayor, we do have a specific group that we need to stand up, the Board of Appeals / Uniform Code. So you may have mentioned that earlier. Just a reminder, we need a licensed architect, a licensed civil engineer or structural engineer, and a licensed contractor. So thanks for bringing that up earlier if I missed that.
No, absolutely.
He actually did. He hit all those.
Because we had someone here, was it Mr. VJ?
VJ Just.
Yes, he actually was on that, and he said, oh, we didn't meet once. And I said, well, actually, you might be meeting, so let me know if you're interested.
Yep.
And
that's not to be confused with the Suspension Appeals Board. There's two separate groups. The Board of Appeals Uniform Code is slightly different than.
Explain why we need to stand that up?
Well, I don't want to get into the merits of the case, but there potentially is going to be the need for that group to adjudicate an appeal.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right. And license, when you say license state of California, you can't just have a degree, correct?
Correct. It's got to be licensed with the state of California in all three of those areas.
Okay.
We need one of each.
One of each. Okay. We're going to go hunting. All right. Any more public comment? Anyone else? Going once? Is there any e-comments? No? Going twice? All right. Do we have a motion? Actually, we don't have no motion. Actually, we need a motion for receive and file.
No.
No? Nothing? All right.
Motion to close the matter.
Motion to close the matter? Second that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilman Horvath? Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Sorry. Thank you. All right. Brings us to our next item, which is item N2. Discussion and receive and file certificate of sufficiency recall petition for councilperson Zain Obaji Jr., District 4 in the city of Redondo Beach. And I see Councilmember Obaji, you are standing there with your stuff.
I've raised my hand. Yes, I'm going to recuse myself from this matter because obviously I'm conflicted on it. So thank you.
Technically
I'll be
speaking,
back.
you have no financial interest in this. Okay, so that leaves 3 of us. The absolute bare minimum. You cannot get any more bare minimum for the city of Redondo Beach on a particular item. You've got 2 council members gone and the mayor. So, all right. So basically, this is Ms. Manzano, our city clerk. This is your item. I see some stuff on here. A lot of questions actually for you on this. And just so everyone knows, a group has funded a recall, and they went around District 4 and they have collected signatures net positive 20 for what they need, 50 for what they need, and they have been certified. And I have some questions on that too, and I will let Madam City Clerk go from there.
Okay, so on June 22nd, we received petitions recall of Councilman Obaji, District 4. We got 2,794 signatures that was turned to the county for them to verify. The petitions, the proponents needed 2,402 to qualify to go to the next election, and they had 2,452 signatures, which was sufficient for them to go to the next election. So next week, on Tuesday, I'll be bringing in resolutions to call the election for District 4, and that will be for the November 8th statewide election. And we'll request for county services and also budget modification to conduct the election. Based on the election code, it has to fall within 125 days to 88 days. And
What dates are those?
so for the November 8th election, the 125
From
days.
today.
From today?
It's 88 days from today until.
Right.
Till
But-
120. What are the dates from today till 88 and then 125 from today?
So 125 today, well, calling it today would be 125 days, and then 88 days. So today would be the 125th day, if you do it from today. But there's
What would be,
No,
the
no,
November
that's not the
8th?
question.
The question is, what is 88 days from today and what is 125 days from today?
Okay, so that,
Because that's what it has to fall within, correct?
right, but the thing is that, so the election code, one of the election code says, if there's a current election coming up,
I know that's the.
We're
we know
not
that.
asking that
We're just
question.
asking the dates, those days.
okay, so
So,
I'll have to look.
sorry to interrupt you, but maybe you need some time to count. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't have a calendar, I don't know what it is.
Okay, can you go check? So she's going to go check real quick.
Okay.
So right now, because November 8th is the next election that's going to be in our city,
Okay.
so it's, which the 125th day would be July 6th, and the 88th day would be August 12th. Just so, could you go by the November 8th election, because that's the next election that's coming up.
Okay, so hold
Okay,
on.
I'm
Let's
just- I'm
talk
just-
about that for a second. Hold on, because
Okay.
that's not, okay, so SB 415, we have fought that and successfully fought that. And that premise of that lawsuit, so everyone knows, was that to move the state was trying to force all charter cities and general law cities to move our elections from an odd year cycle to an even year cycle. So we fought the state and we won for charter cities. And so we do not have any elections in an even year in the city of Redondo Beach. There are no elections happening in Redondo Beach. So what just happened a few weeks ago in June was not an election in Redondo Beach. That was a statewide and county election. Our next regular election is March of '23, and we have no special election currently on file. Correct? For the city?
Correct, for the city.
Okay. So, so if we have,
Looks like September 28th, rough, give or take, is 88 days.
September 28th?
Yes.
Okay.
What I can see.
From today. That seems early.
No, that's early, sorry.
So you're gonna say what day is, how many numbers is?
Roughly 3 months minus 2 days.
Right.
So that would be October the 10th, roughly.
However, since the,
August 31st, July and
There was-
August.
right, since the receive
31
and file
days.
certificate is today,
Yeah.
council has 14 days to call an election.
Right.
That's per the election code.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I was just wondering when the boundaries are.
So we
Even
are,
though you say it has to be November 8th.
well,
That's what you say.
yeah, I disagree with that because today is day 193 of the 365 days. So 193 plus, let me write this down, 193 plus 88, and then 193 plus 125. So that's day 281 and day 318. So day 281, is that what I said? What is day 281? In 2022. It's from today, no, from January 1. So, October 9th. So here it says October 9th. And then plus 125, if I do that over again. So that would be day number 318. That is January 1.
I also have the city attorney.
Roughly October 9th, October 8th.
From January 1, 2022. What did I just use for that? So it would be in November, right? Let's get that
Towards
date
the
down
end
right
of
now.
November, I would think would be.
I thought we would have that date going.
Yeah, it has to be November 8th.
Oh, the city attorney is there, perfect. Okay, so, but we are not having an election or the city is not having an election or a special election, are we?
No, but there is a regular election within the jurisdiction throughout District 4. And therefore, we have to have it on November 8th.
Consolidate with, what if we were to call a special election?
That would be illegal.
Why would it be illegal?
Why would it be illegal? It says recall shall be held on the same day and consolidate with the regular or special election is what section 11242.
Well, there is not currently a special election. Are you saying you do it, a special election just to do this? In which case, how would this section ever apply?
It's because we have to have it within this time frame, and it says here consolidate with the regular or special election. So we can create a special election. We have to have a special election anyways. So this would be considered a special election.
Then what would you be consolidating it with?
What do you mean we're not consolidating with the regular or special? It says or special election. And we could consolidate it with the cannabis initiative as well, because they wanted to have that as well. We have that on the agenda.
You could do that. It will cost a lot more, but
What would the
so
cost
the
be?
recall election shall be held on the same day and consolidated with the regular or special election. So you can't call a special election for the purpose just of this and then consolidate it with itself. Now, there's a different issue if you want to consolidate, if you want to have a special election on the cannabis initiative.
So the cost, okay, so right now the cost, we're getting a confirmation on the cost for the November 8th. Right now it's about 40,000, but I'm getting, again, to double check because last year some cities went off the election calculator. Thought it was going to be 500,000 for their election. And they got the bill and it was 2.1 million. So if you want to do an election that's separate, it could be higher. So,
Okay.
and then even, it would be less, I mean, not the 40,000, it could be a lot higher.
Right,
So if we did it with the county.
right. Well, okay, if we do it with the county, can we hire our own?
If we do it through us, it could be 80,000.
So
I don't know. I'd have to look at those costs.
we have the option, because we're a charter city, because we fought the state and we won, and we're certified to run elections. Actually, we're not, so we can hire a contractor who's certified to run a special election, consolidate that with the current ballot initiative, Canada's ballot initiative, and run it as a consolidated special election.
So the thing though is that I know in the charter, it says that, that we abide by the California election code.
Right, but SB 415, we have elected to keep our elections separate as per our charter. So,
It's not a regular.
I have a question.
yeah, we can consolidate that. So I think the questions are going to be coming down, questions we would like to have then answered is what it would cost from the county to run the election for the recall, run the.
Which date?
Well, the county, so that'd be November, actually two, you're right, both November 8th, and if we have them do it special outside of that with consolidated. And then both for those two, for consolidated and individual, for both items and separately for the county, and then do the same thing for us running the election, not for the county to run the election. Councilmember Lothstein. Oh, actually, hold on.
yeah.
Do you have your thing?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so my question would be, well, first of all, Vicky just counted. I was just curious which days, I assume you counted?
Well, I was trying to do a calendar count. However, per the code, we have to call per the elections code.
I understand
And if we
that.
don't, the county, and I'm sure, I wasn't here if I don't know.
Yeah, I think you missed what we were asking.
That the county would call it.
Yeah, no, I was just curious, the parameters. Let's say there wasn't one. What were the dates? Do you know?
I don't know if I counted this correctly or not. This is based on November. If we called it now, E minus 88. Well, then minus 7.
Well, anyway, take your time, I guess.
Yeah.
The
318.
questions I have is what's the cost to run just the recall November 8th? And then I'd like to know what the cost would be for the cannabis initiative on March, March in 2023? What was the date? March the first Tuesday?
March 2nd.
March 2nd. What is the cost for that alone? And let's say, as Councilmember Nierenheim suggested, let's say we called a special election just for the cannabis. And we said, okay, we're going to consolidate the cannabis with the recall election separately. Because you can do that according to code. If there is a special election called, you can consolidate it with a recall election with a special election. And the special election could be for the cannabis initiative.
November 15th, by the way, is 318 days.
Okay, thank you. 125 days?
125 days from today.
Okay.
Okay, so.
November 15th is what you said.
Yeah, November 15th is the maximum, the 125 from
You have
today.
November
So
11th.
does that make sense, Eleanor, in terms of what I'm
November.
asking for? So we could have
The
a
cost, yes. Well,
cost.
I can get those costs for next week because we're going to need them.
Yeah.
Since we're calling the election. That's what we were going to bring it back.
My question also is, how do they determine cost? Is it based on the potential voting universe? Is that?
It's based on registered voters in the
Right,
district.
in that registered voters in that, so, okay, total registered voters. So the price would be the same for the November election as it would be a March election?
No, March election we do.
Right, but the price would be the same? Because it's based on registered voters, is what you're saying?
Not necessarily. No, because the county does it differently. They have a calculator. Is that what you're saying regarding the county versus us?
Yes, well, what I want to know is, how is the cost determined? Is it based on the county running it versus us? Is it based on registered voters? Is it based on voting universe, typical voting universe? Because there's more people that sometimes vote in March than November. Sometimes there's more in a general election. It just depends.
Yeah, it really,
There's got to be some formula they use.
So well, for us, the city goes out and gets costs for different contractors and what it takes to do for the whole city or a district. But we don't go based on registered voters. So now we just go by how many ballots we have to send out, what the cost is for the printing.
Registered voters then?
Right, registered voters, right.
So is it the same then in November as it is in March?
No, because the county has their costs. They got salaries, they got tons of equipment, new equipment, registered voters. They still
Okay.
put registered voters, but then they figure out some kind of cost that it's up to them. So what makes it lower sometimes at some elections is how many other agencies are part of that election. So, for instance, in June, there was no measures, as you noticed. And so in November, there's going to be a dozen measures. So it all gets shared, the cost gets shared based on how many agencies are part of the election or in our city. There's
Okay, November is an in-person and mail-in election.
Yeah, so the law
We've
is.
done just mail-in as well alone, correct?
Correct,
And
correct.
so the cost for mail-in alone is generally less than in-person, independent of all the agencies and the sharing of cost. Generally speaking, mail-in tends to be less if you had the same.
If it's, yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay, so I was would be
Actually, I got to
hoping.
put a caveat to that because if there's a lot of measures, which we might have coming up on our March election,
Right.
and for instance, cannabis has 20 pages of the ordinance, they will be mailed out to every voter. So the more print material we have to do, the more the election's going to cost.
Right,
Okay, just want to put that,
okay.
just so you understand that.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the cannabis guys, they wanted to have,
Election earlier.
they want to have a special election when they first came. And so if we consolidate the election and do the cannabis petition that they've qualified for, and they've now qualified for the recall, that would be consolidated election, do a special election for that, and then consolidate with the recall. That makes a lot of sense for me. We have it local, and we can choose to do a mail-in only, or can we do voting booths as well? How does that work?
Well, for our election, we have it set up for vote by mail. So if you want to do booths and stuff, that's going to be more costly.
Right.
Right. So like we did last time, this last election, 2021, a year and a quarter ago, we did mail-in only, correct?
A year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, yes.
Yeah, mail-in only. And we had drop-off boxes though, correct?
Right, we used the counties, correct.
Counties drop-off boxes. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would love to get a quote for us to be able to do mail-in only for us to run the election. Contractors call a special election for the cannabis petition and then add the recall on there as well.
For District 4.
For District 4, for that particular contest.
While you're pondering this, one thing to add to the math, and I'm not an expert in this area by any means, but just looking at the staff report here, it appears that the timeframe is that calendaring would begin after you issue the order for the election. So you've got to add a week to all of that. So it wouldn't begin tonight. It would begin when you issue the order next week, if I'm reading the staff report correctly.
That is correct, and you have to issue the order within 14 days.
14 days, yeah.
So tonight is just certification, but it's not the order, correct?
Right, correct. You have to issue the order within 14 days, and that's what starts the clock.
So I could move those dates exactly 1 week then, October 9th plus 7, and then November 15th plus 7. We take the action next week, which we have to by law. Otherwise, the county comes in and does it for us.
Well, within 14 days. So if you're going to have special elections, you can have special council meetings as well.
Right. Exactly, special council meetings. Okay, I think that solves those are my questions. Eleanor, do you have enough to come back to us with regarding the quotes? And I'll make a motion. Also, I'll make a motion to come back with requested quotes for the county running November 8th, and then the recall, and adding the cannabis ballot initiative as well to that. And then have them run, if they can, a special election with the ballot initiative. Technically speaking, it would be a special election with the ballot initiative and adding the recall to that, to creating it special. And then having us run the election with a contractor, all mail in, for a special election for the cannabis initiative, and then run a special, consolidate that with the recall.
Right, and that would, if we push it, it would probably be right in the middle of our nominations for the March election, just so you know.
Yeah, all of this will happen right there in the middle of it. Okay, so that would be my motion.
I'll second it.
Second that, thank you, sir.
We have public comment.
Okay, I don't think I have any other questions. Do you have any questions, Councilman? Or let's see here. Christian Horvath, Councilman Horvath.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that this council unanimously decided to make sure that the cannabis measure went on the March ballot for a variety of reasons, and it would not make sense to push that forward to a special election, especially when we have also unanimously agreed to put our own ordinance together and to do all the work between now and next January or so, I think, is what staff was predicting in terms of actually rolling out a program here. It would run counter to everything this council unanimously has decided. I would make a substitute motion to receive and file.
Okay, there's no second on that. All right, public comment.
E-comment submitted by Wayne Craig. Oh, I'm so sorry, please.
Yeah, let's do in person first.
Hi, Ilya Klinger, a Redondo Beach resident, District 4. I've noticed that Mayor Brent issues like excellent state-of-the-city addresses at the Performing Arts Center. And I was thinking, like, whenever we do this recall election for District 4, irrespective of when the dates are chosen, I think it'd be really great for the residents to have an open debate about it between the candidates that are running at the Performing Arts Center, and have the city council invite everybody over there for the debate so that people aren't confused or misled, because the flyers sent out will only tell about half the story. So I think a debate would be great at the Performing Arts Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Sheila Lamb, District 4. Zaino Baji has been the most proactive council member we have had in District 4 since 1998, when I moved here. He has worked tirelessly for the benefit of our community, Recent accomplishments include the new dog runs for our dog owners, 6 all-way stop signs to improve safety on our streets, the skate park at Perry Park for our teens, and the row is now green due to Obaji's ongoing attention to its maintenance. Another big safety item coming up, left turn pockets on Artesia, coming in August. This is due to Obaji's continued nagging for improvements. Now, here is what he has put in during this budget cycle: 4 radar feedback signs on Artesia Boulevard and Grand Avenue, funding specifically earmarked for murals to beautify Artesia, remodel the Perry Park Teen Center, again, to support our teens. I have been involved in the D4 community since 1998, and let me reiterate, Zain Obaji is the most proactive representative we have ever had. So it is concerning when I hear that a public servant such as Obaji is the target of undemocratic intimidation tactics. The recall petition was paid for by South Cord Management and Dub Brothers, cannabis producers, sellers, manufacturers from Los Angeles and Long Beach. Elliot Lewis, CEO of South Cord that funded the recall, had this message to say in response to the official recall count. Get out, quote unquote, get out of line, you might get recalled next. So that's a chilling message. Let me repeat it. Get out of line, you might be recalled next. In this, in essence, he's referring to any public servant who goes against his efforts may be recalled, and we will intimidate you in that regard. This is bully tactics and is not good for our democracy and is not good for Redondo Beach residents. We all must stand up against this type of bullying to ensure that good public servants like Zain Obaji remain in office despite the bully's attempt to intimidate through recall. I plan to walk for Zain Obaji to support his reelection. I hope you join me to fight against this type of bullying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. All right. Mr. Yosnow.
He's already coming up. We had cards.
Okay.
But
you're
they're
No
sorry
worries,
about
thank you.
that.
Ross Yasna, Redondo Beach. I live in District 2, but I've mentioned before I was chairman of the Library Commission. We built a library, and I was editor of Redondo Beach News for a few years. So I've been all over the town, had to cover stories and all. And this really is 2 cities. I know it's always called North and South. To me, it's always kind of seemed East and West. But with any place where you're sharing basically 2 cities with the same plot of land, you're going to have a certain amount of pettiness. Now, personally, I think I saw 4 years of that pettiness when our mayor didn't have the 3-2 vote, and that pettiness resulted in a lot of empty commission positions. And I'm going to tell you about pettiness. I've talked here when Barbara Dorr sat there and Kay Harrell sat there, and let me tell you, it was no love fest. But somehow, Mayor Brad Parton managed to get through a whole lot of commission appointments. You know, he put Tom O'Leary on the Energy Commission, which was hilarious. Tom hated AES. So I'm a longtime supporter of Mayor Brand, both his first when he was in District 2, now as mayor. And I think things are going really quite well. I like the plans for the harbor. We'll see if it really happens. I like to see the commissions finally full. I mean, I heard somebody last week, you want to talk about revisionist history, you'd have thought that COVID didn't exist. And we have really good ideas here, and one of them is not a 17 theater complex, when even before COVID, 4 or 5% of Americans were seeing the movies that way. So what the previous speaker said about special interests, I think is so important. I think a lot of people in District 4 voted for Councilman Abaji, because they were tired of seeing these 3-2 deadlock and the mayor not getting the commission appointments he wanted. So I want to tell the people of District 4, remember that. Let's not go back to the gridlock. Things seem to be going pretty well. And I also want to say, and I didn't realize that Councilman Abaji had brought so many people into the commissions. Because when I was a commissioner in the 90s, one of the big problems was everybody was coming from District 1 and 2. How do we get from 4 and 5? So I think he's done a great job on that from what I can see. And lastly, you know, in my opinion, these people, these special interests have already shown they're not going to be a very good neighbor. And I think you should keep that in mind and keep your very fine councilman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public here who would like to come down and speak?
I don't have scripted remarks for this. I'm Holly Osborne, District 5, but you guys all know what my interests are, and we need to be united. The enemy is not the people on this council. I don't like it when anybody disparages the people up here, okay? Our enemy is the legislature in Sacramento, and I don't want any dissension. If we're going to get angry at people, we should be, or we want to persuade people, we should be going after Senator Ben Allen and inform him what we want, and also Al Maritsucci, who has generally supported us. And I'll talk about that a little more later, but the crucial thing is we have got to be united, this North and South business, and because the legislature just has a power to wreck our city. And I don't want any more divisiveness. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who would like to come down and speak on this issue in person before we go to Zoom and e-comments? Anyone else? Okay. Still have your chance in a minute. Any Zoom or e-comments? We'll do Zoom first, then we'll do e-comments.
Yeah, no Zoom comments.
E-comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. There appears to be more to this recall that meets the eye beyond the fact that the recall is being financed by an outside special interest pot dealer from Long Beach. Only 1 month after District 4 Councilmember Zaino Abaji was sworn into office, Council members Laura MD and Christian Horvath were apparently already participating with a small group to take back control of the City Council. The proof are their own posts and comments on a nasty private Facebook page administered at the time by District 3 Council members Christian Horvath. Screenshots taken on August 4th and 5th of August of 2021 recently posted on social media clearly show MD and Horvath's involvement in the recall of Councilmember Abaji, with MD going so far as to name a replacement candidate for Councilmember Abaji last August. This revelation is an all-time low for Redondo Beach politics. Why would anyone want either of these council members chairing our city council meetings, having participated in the effort to recall a fellow council member to claw back power they held for 6 years as a voting bloc? How sickening. Even more alarming is Councilmember Laura MD's continued denial of any involvement in this recall. If the council would like to investigate the matter further, I would remind the council that you do have powers to hold such meetings according to the city charter as seen in section 9.8, meetings rules of conduct. Specifically, the mayor or presiding officer shall have the power to administer oaths and affirmations in any investigation, hearing, or proceeding pending before the city council. The city council shall have the power to compel the attendance of witnesses, to examine them under oath, and compel the production of evidence before it. Subpoenas may be issued in the name of the city and be attested by the city clerk. Disobedience to such subpoenas or the refusal to testify, unless such refusal is based upon constitutional grounds, shall constitute a misdemeanor and shall be punishable in the same manner as violation of this charter are punishable. Concludes comments via Zoom. Excuse me, via a comment.
And you said there was no one on Zoom? No one on Zoom. So from what I heard just from the public is that they want to make sure the residents get their voices heard, especially against outside forces that state and obviously this group is moving forward with, trying to get buy into the city and moving their special interests forward, just like the state is, their special interests. So I really do feel that it's important that we do have our own platform in the city that we fight so hard for to defend in this city, our own charter city, our own charter, our own constitution, our own city. We pay a lot to have our own independent city. And being an independent city comes at an expense, but we definitely defend that. And I think it's really important that we move forward in a way that our residents can be heard on their issue, something that affects them directly. So those are my thoughts regarding independence and our city charter. So Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I want to thank the residents who spoke a few minutes ago. I want to echo some of those sentiments. The divisiveness is very damaging to this city. When one of my colleagues up here, Councilman Gran, there was a recall effort for him. You will not find my name supporting that. I never walked against it. I don't believe in recalls unless there's some serious impropriety affecting their duties up here. And, I think we've had enough in the state of recalls, haven't we? Here we go again, because people don't like their way. I would recommend that everybody in District 4 goes to the city clerk's part of the website and look under public disclosures, who is funding this, who walked, who was involved with this, especially when the reporting period of January 1st to June 30th is reported on by July 31st. Look who's funding this. You will see already that it's South Court Management. What do? As we mentioned before, they're a cannabis dealer from Long Beach. Do you want that happening in our city where you have an outside force deciding who you should represent you? Do they care about roads? Do they care about parks? Do they care about the harbor? Do they care about anything that concerns your daily activities? Or do they care about themselves? I'll ask you that question. And I'd also ask you to think deep. Why would somebody like that be involved in city politics? I'm not going to cast aspersions on anybody up here because I tend to not do that. But I would ask you to question this very hard in terms of why this is involved. So thank you for your words. I'm opposed to this recall. I think it's wrong. I think it's ethically wrong. But, it's going to be the will of the voters. I think it's a disservice to the voters that voted for Councilman Obagi, who's done a bang-up job over the last 15 months. You're basically annulling their wishes, and now you're starting over. You're doing a do-over again. If you don't like Zane, that's fine, whatever. But he's done a really good job. And as been said before, I lived in District 4. I lived in Rockefeller for 8 years. I know that district really, really well. He's represented it as well as anybody in the last 30 years, or even better. And so I would ask all of you to look deep and hard when this comes up for a vote, because you have a very serious choice. And look who's behind it. Residents could be upset. They weren't the ones necessarily walking out there. I saw Mr. Lewis and other folks on his social media and other places and Facebook pages walking. One wonders why. That's all I'm going to say. But I think this is a wrong step for the city. I think it's horribly divisive. And like I said, I'm generally not for any recalls, whether I agree with the person or not. Let the voters decide at the beginning. You don't like them, vote them off the island in 4 years. Vote her off the island in 4 years. That's it, unless it's a serious impropriety. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein. Any more comments from the public? Okay, I too am against this recall. I think it's ridiculous. So with that said, let's get a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
No.
Councilmember Narenheim, aye. Or Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So it's 2-1.
All right.
Okay, that's.
That is that item. All right, next item is item N3, which is discussion and possible action regarding the use of the Veterans Park Community Center Historic Library Facility. Any of you guys know this particular library, this building? It's on the water in Veterans Park. What I always like to say to open up discussion on this is there's a large tree. If you're looking at it from the water, from the land side out to the water, On the left-hand side, there's a large tree. On the right-hand side is a large old building. The old building is 120 plus years old. Which one is older, the tree or the building? The answer is the tree, and it's not just the tree that's older, but they actually built the building around the tree so that the tree can live longer than the building. So little piece of interesting fact and an information nugget there. It's a great old building and needs a little bit of work, TLC, but we're here to discuss future opportunities. So with that said, Mr. Cameron Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. You may remember a few months back, you directed us to facilitate some community engagement to find out what the residents and members of the public would like to basically do with the facility. How would they like to use the facility in the future? We've completed that community engagement process, which included 2 open houses on site at the facility, an online survey, and 2 commission meetings where we heard from two different commissions, the Rec and Park Commission and the Public Art Commission. So tonight, we'd like you to listen to the results of the survey, receive and file those, and then give us some direction on how you would like for us to proceed in programming the facility in the future. So tonight, we also have our senior management analyst, Kelly Orta, with us, who's been instrumental in the community engagement process, and she'll be making the presentation this evening.
So thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I do have a presentation, Eleanor, so if I can get that on there. I would just like to just briefly go in and say that throughout this entire process, the amount and the quality of data and input that we've received, we've been really happy with. The community is incredibly engaged with this facility. It's very beloved, and that became incredibly apparent from the beginning and all throughout all of the research that we did into this. So with that, I'm just going to jump in. I won't go into too much detail here, but this is just kind of a quick snapshot of the facility. It is an 11,400 square foot facility. It's a very good sized facility at a very key and instrumental location throughout the city. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, so very important for a number of reasons. I won't go and itemize each of the timeline information here, but from 1930 to 1991, it did serve as the library facility for the city. And then due to some earthquake damage, it was shut down and then later remodeled to then become more of a rental facility. And that began in 1995, and in 1996, a company came in and did actually manage that facility on behalf of the city. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Veterans Facility has remained closed since 2020. So I do just want to, I should have actually started with this as well. Throughout the presentation, and this was something that was brought up several times through the outreach, is that some people refer to the facility as the Historic Library, others as Veterans Community Center. We kind of use them interchangeably. We try to, in print, include both titles, but I just didn't want there to be any confusion there in case any of those are used throughout the presentation. As Cameron stated, the council did request that we do some outreach with the community to get some input on how we should look at that facility. And we put together a series of outreach tools. One was an online survey where we did a dedicated survey for both the community.
Yes, there's only 2 of us.
I'm sorry.
All right.
So can
I call a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, we can do that, but we need a quorum to do that.
This has never happened before.
Not that I can recall.
No.
It has actually happened, but you weren't.
I mean, not that I'm on.
Yeah, we just wait till he comes back. Or...
Let me see if I can text Councilmember Nierenheim. I guess, because that's the only thing I can do unless somebody can go get him.
I was like, wow.
Okay, good. That means no bathroom breaks or anything.
No.
So you have...
Get a catheter.
I don't know what happened to Councilman Woolback. All right, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have this.
Okay.
But since you paused, Ms. Orta, anyways, back when it was being rented out, or I guess catered by Spectrum Holding Company, was revenue being generated from it, and where was that revenue going? How much revenue?
There was revenue generated from the usage of that facility. Some of it went to Spectrum and then other went towards the city. I don't have the specific data on there, but there was revenue generated from that relationship.
Okay, but it wasn't like designated for particular reinvestment into the historic library?
No, it was accrued to the general fund, and I don't remember exactly the numbers, but I would say order of magnitude was typically $200,000 to $300,000 a year in general fund revenue as a result of the concessionary agreement.
Sorry to interrupt the interruption.
Yeah, no problem. So back to the survey, just wanted to reiterate that we had two different surveys, one for the community and then a second one that was specifically targeted to potential concessionaires of the facility. So those were different types of questions, more from the vendor's perspective and kind of envisioning how they can see the facility. And that was live in March. We had a series of open houses, one in March and then one in April. And then we held, as Cameron mentioned, 2 commission discussions with the Rec and Parks and Public Art Commissions to receive their feedback as well. So I'm going to go into some of the survey results that we had gone into from the community before I go into the actual data. We had 312 total responses on the community survey and 11 responses from the concessionaire survey. So the first, the data that we're going to go through is specific to just the community the community survey. The concessionaire survey, I do have to say, a lot of the ideas and the concepts were mirrored very closely with the data that we received from the community survey, but obviously much more on a business model type of perspective. So we didn't necessarily report on any of the concessionaire data specifically, but it is included with the admin report as an attachment, so that data is there to review. So the first question, are you a Redondo Beach resident? Just over 90% said that they were. So happy to hear that the results are reflective of a good portion of, or the participants are a good portion of residents from the city. How familiar are you with the Veterans Park Community Center facility? This was a sliding scale, so the average score here was just over 70, as with 0 being not familiar at all and 100 being very familiar. So we felt confident that a good majority of the responses had a general understanding of the facility so that they could make an informed decision. Number 3, have you ever attended an event or activity at the facility? And this was pretty split down the middle, just as a tad more on the no side, but pretty much a 50-50 split. And this was an interesting result too. During the open houses, we heard a lot of residents just stop by and were so excited to just simply peek inside the facility and walk through, because it was so, what we were hearing is that to rent the facility and to even do a walkthrough was very expensive when it was being privately managed with Spectrum. So a lot of residents were just happy to be inside the facility. So we weren't too surprised by those results there. Question 4, please select the following new amenities that you would like to be incorporated into the facility. And these were things that we had heard through the city council discussions and then also throughout other discussions surrounding the facility prior to us doing this outreach. And the options were an outdoor patio space, a performance area or band shell, and then an other option, and then a none of the above. And the outdoor patio space was about 65% of the responses were very much in favor of that. Just over 60% for the performance area band shell. And with the other comments, the participant comments that came in through that was an open-ended question. 37 of those responses were specific to low-cost community space for events and meetings. We really heard from the community that they wanted to be able to use that facility in some fashion. And considering the fact that previously it was sometimes a facility rental fee hindrance, knowing that they now wanted it to be as low cost, that obviously is the avenue that they're considering using that facility when possible. 29 of the open-ended responses were specific to an art or sculpture garden, so an art focus, which we'll certainly get into a little bit more in just a moment. And then 21 of those responses were for a cafe or an outdoor patio or picnic area, so some sort of a food focus or food option in the facility. The 5th question is, please provide your interest for each of the potential uses. And this question was a ranking. So on the left where it says selection ranking, those were the options that were available to responders. And that's the order of the ranking. So the top response is a pop-up space for rotating uses. The second is traditional community center. And the third is an art gallery. And then the other three you can see listed there, but I'll just mention the top three for purposes of tonight. And then the open-ended kind of additional comments, if we maybe had missed some sort of an amenity, the top one is an art-focused facility. Again, another big theme that we saw throughout all of our community outreach and community discussions. And then the second most common comment was for low-cost community space or for a library. Those two comments were tied on this question, some sort of a library facility. And then the final question is to provide any other comments or suggestions regarding features of the community, of the facility. And this is in order of ranking of the number of times these words showed up in the responses. So we put them, all of the comments, cut and pasted into a word cloud generator, basically, that then gave us a ranking of the words. And art was by far the number one word that popped up the most in the responses, secondary to event, and third local, 4 community, 5 historic, and 6 was keep. We actually heard a few participants that came through the open houses that said, please just don't tear the facility down. Some people were concerned that it was going to be something dramatic. And again, that goes back to my initial comment that the facility is so beloved, and that became so apparent, not only at the open houses, but at some of the impassioned responses that we got in the survey data. So taking it to the commissions, what we did is we gathered all the data that we just went through from the survey responses, and we tried to see if there was certain themes or kind of recurring ideas and concepts that we could ask the commissions to help us further refine so that we can provide the council with a little bit more of a focused input. And so we did provide 3 questions for the commission. I'm going to go into them on the next few slides, so I won't read them here, but these are the 3 questions that we'll go into right now. So the first question is, considering the commission or community's desire to utilize the facility as a pop-up space, are there certain uses that you would prefer, and are there certain uses that would not be favorable? Before I go into the input that we received, I just want to specify that a pop-up space is really a specific use that is singular in the facility, and it's for a very short amount of time. So for example, you would have, let's say there's a food vendor that would utilize the entire facility for maybe a 3-month lease per se, and then they would vacate completely, and then another use could come in, maybe an art museum or an art gallery or that type of thing. So that's really what a pop-up space, it's very temporary, and it can go from one kind of realm of the spectrum to the next, depending on the length of the lease. So the input that we had received from the commission, the Rec and Parks Commission, is they liked the pop-up space concept, but really liked it to be art-focused, and really liked the concept of doing that because it allowed a greater audience to enjoy the space, which is, again, goes back to, because it's a rotating use type of a thing, you may attract one audience for the first lease term, and then you'll attract a completely different audience for a secondary lease term, depending on what you decide to put in the facility. They really wanted to incorporate the use of the outdoor spaces when it's possible, and to consider a way to prioritize the community group's usage of the facility. Public art was pretty much aligned with that as well. Really, of course, wanted the art focus of the facility. They also wanted there to be an inclusion of music and visual arts when possible, not necessarily just an art gallery or art museum, but to look a little bit more comprehensively with arts, and a general desire to include usage of the outdoor space again, if possible. So the second question is, what preferred uses should be considered as part of a shared use concept? So the difference between a shared use concept and a pop-up is that you could have several vendors utilizing the facility at the same time. So maybe the second level is an art gallery, while the lower level is for food service. You could have the kitchen, some rooms could be used for food, the outdoor area could be used for seating, but they're essentially sharing the space at the exact same time. So it's not necessarily one coming in, another leaving. they're all kind of using the facility, all aligned with one another. The Rec and Park really liked this idea, but wanted to, again, stress the accessibility of it to the community. I think the idea that it wouldn't be so much of a rotating use, because this may be longer term usage of the facility or leases. There was a concern that maybe not as many different audiences or user groups may want to utilize the facility because it wouldn't be rotating as much. So just something to keep in mind there. And then a desire to utilize the space for classes and activities, rentals, and again, a kind of art-focused use. And they definitely like the idea for some sort of a food service. Public Art Commission pretty much aligned with most of that. They weren't too concerned with the community use on this end, but definitely something that they were concerned with on the next question. And so the final question was, how best can the city support the community's desire to have the facility available to them for low cost while utilizing it to its fullest potential? So some kind of scenarios that we threw at the commission was, maybe there's one dedicated room that can be set aside for user groups to rotate through, such as scout meetings and that type of thing, that is not part of the larger lease of the facility, but something that the general community can use for a lower cost. That was just a random idea that was thrown at them that kind of generated a little bit more conversation. They did like the idea of dedicating the certain space in the facility from the Public Rec and Parks Commission, but only if it can coexist with other uses of the facility. They didn't want that to hinder some sort of relationship with a vendor and what their potential uses of the facility could be. And overall, they did have a pretty good support for a sliding scale or reduced rate for residents. So if there is opportunity for any part of the facility to be rentable, providing a sliding scale or resident rate for usage of that. And the Public Art Commission agreed with that. They really wanted to make the facility available at a reduced rate for residents if possible. And so just to kind of wrap all of this up, I appreciate you all bearing with us because I know this is a lot of data to throw at you. Really in totality of everything we heard back, the facility should have an art-focused use. Incorporating use of the outdoor space is preferred, and including a cafe or food service option is favorable. And usage of the facility should be at a reduced rate for residents. So that's kind of in a nutshell, all the data on all the feedback that we had heard from everyone. And so that does lead us to our recommendation tonight, is to receive and file all of this input and then provide us direction on how you would like us to proceed with utilizing this space in the future. So thank you, I appreciate it.
And if I could, before you begin your questions and deliberations, I would like to thank Kelly and Cameron for sort of coordinating this effort over the last several months. It's been quite an extensive bit of community outreach with the multiple efforts through the survey and the open houses and the conversations with the commissions. And I think we've gathered pretty robust feedback, not terribly surprising, I think, as we look back and reflect on the summary results. We might have been able to predict this a few months ago, but it's great to see so much participation from the community and a clear theme here as we take this away. Really for you tonight, we wanted to make sure we gave you the download on what we've heard, but really tonight all you're doing is directing generally what you'd like to see us include in our revised draft RFP. We don't have to make any final determinations tonight. The real, I think, decision point is going to be when we actually go out, receive proposals from prospective users of the facility, and then begin to deliberate on exactly who we select and why. But we will take whatever input you have tonight, and we will come back to you as soon as we can with a revised draft RFP for consideration. And at that point, once you authorize the RFP, we'll begin, I think, the hard work, which will be to solicit different vendors and operators, whomever they might be, and then come back with a synthesis of the proposals we've received.
Excellent. You know, first thing I want to say is, yeah, your outreach was fantastic. The first community open house you had on a random Thursday at noon, I thought, and we were talking about my community meeting, and I said, wait a second, farmer's market. Great work. And you had another one, so that's good. And I love the fact that you had so many people. I'm not surprised at all regarding the band shell. People thought that was great. That's a CIP project. Do we have enough of those? Any funding for that? I'm not surprised at all. People love that park. You know, I was working down there on the beach the other day, and that park, that grassy knoll park area is heavily used by people just sitting there and looking out over the beach and the ocean and everything else. I'm continually surprised. I go by there on Saturdays and Sundays, weekends stuff, and it's used quite a bit. And of course, obviously the views are amazing. So that seeing the outside park or outside usage of that facility, I can definitely see being up there. The art component is massive. Sliding scale for the residences. I couldn't agree with that more, that the residents get first priority and at least sliding cheaper rates there. So you're looking for us for an RFP and directing for an RFP as to these uses in the survey. You want to sum up these uses, or are you going to, you want us to categorize what we feel is important from the survey and this data, and then say, go an RFP based upon these things that we believe?
Yeah, I mean, if you generally as a body can consent to or agree with the synthesization of this material and what the preferred uses that have been identified, we'll work with that. We'll craft the RFP to reflect those types of preferences. We don't want to limit the RFP. If there's creativity out there that we haven't thought through, we want to encourage that, but we will generally create the theme here, right? Art-focused operation, perhaps with pop-up use, proposals as it relates to sliding rental scale, ability to incorporate food service through cafe. You know, we'll seek all of that in a very generic way. You'll recall the prior RFPs were really focused on one specific function, special event, kind of banquet service through a private restaurateur or concessionaire. This would be much broader. This could potentially appeal to not-for-profit organizations. It could appeal to private for-profit art groups or corporations. I think it would be, a sort of a scattershot approach to who we would be soliciting input from or feedback from and response from. But generally speaking, we're looking to ensure that the council concurs with the feedback we receive from the community and that we draft the RFP accordingly. That's really what we're looking for tonight.
Okay. Yeah, low-cost meeting space, event space. There's hardly any event space, meeting space in the city for residents to meet at. I just got on the request the other day for a weekend meeting space, and we can't do it in the library because libraries aren't open on Sundays. The only thing that was available is Wilderness Park, I think, and Alta Vista. So Alta Vista is the only other meeting space that really it's available on weekends. So that is, yeah, and it's one of the highest, number 37 here. Art, sculpture, garden, something of that 29, cafe, restaurant. I think that has to play, that commercial kitchen that's in there, while it needs work, presents huge opportunities, especially for weekend cafe usage. So I would be in full favor of those types of activities if something could be worked out. So, all right, going to my list of council speakers, we have Councilmember Obagi.
All right. I also want to echo the applause to you all for the work that you did with community outreach. I think people are satisfied when they get to give their opinion and they get to see that council's acting in furtherance of their opinions. So thank you for that. I kind of agree with everything that the public's actually said and then the ranking that they've put the priorities. And what I think about is, I don't know whether it was in high school and I was looking for a prom establishment or law school and I was looking for a law prom establishment. But at some point we went to the Santa Monica airport and there's the flying museum there and you got airplanes hanging from the ceiling and you can rent it out as an event space. So I think that's a good way to blend the art and the event space that we want, is maybe turn it into an museum or art exhibition, whether it's rotating or permanent, and then also make it available for special events, but during the week, during regular days, make it a cafe that's open to the public so people can come in either at low cost or no cost, buy some food. And maybe we have, now the question I have for you is, if there was some favoritism of a outdoor dining place, how would that occur?
That I will say, the incorporation of the outdoor space is a complicated add because it is a park first and foremost, right? And we have to honor that. We do have the ability occasionally, right, depending on how periodic it is, to quarantine a section of the park and allow there to be indoor-outdoor use. Effectively, that's what occurred on many occasions with the prior operator. What's commonly described as the band shell area, we no longer have a band shell, and there is fair reason as to why we don't have an actual band shell backdrop, mostly for view purposes. But at one point, there was a bit of a performance platform there, and that was an opportunity for folks to gather, whether it be wedding ceremonies or events or the like. So there is an ability, I think, for us with an operator, with a partner, to come to some arrangement as a city and describe kind of how they could and under what terms and conditions and times they could utilize a portion of the park for events. But we would have to be judicious, I think, in how often and how frequent that occurs, because we have to ensure that the open space is available to the public as well. So and whether we would actually create permanent outdoor space use, I think that might be a stretch given the need for the open space.
Yeah, I don't know the facility well. I have not gone actually in it, so that's why I was curious whether there's some contemplated expansion of it to an outdoor deck, or if this is just thinking about in the park. Okay, so I guess within and to the extent it needs capital improvements or investments, where are we on that?
The council, you'll recall, invested significantly in the space. We had a project that was part of last year's CIP for window replacement, elevator repair. That's in motion. It has not yet occurred. And then you actually supplemented that budget this year to fully close the gap. The cost of windows have gone up significantly during the supply issue. So we are working on that. And the city, I think, will remain committed to that effort. And that will be part of the RFP. Will make that clear to future operators that the city has pledged that resource and will execute that project, either before or during their operation at the time of their ultimate utilization of the space.
And it would be great if the art that was hosted there kind of had some connection to Redondo Beach in some regard, or at least was themed off of us as a beachside community, a sailing community, what have you, or a community with a harbor and a pier and the like, but it doesn't necessarily need to be germane to Redondo Beach. And yeah, just balance, midday. I can't imagine a ton of people midweek are going to have want to do events in it. So to the extent we can open it up to the public midweek and the like, and then make it a little more exclusive, be it on the weekends or weekend evenings for events that could generate good revenue for, and maybe not have it come to our general fund, but have it come to kind of a reinvestment into the facility itself to the extent we're going to need to continue to maintain it and improve it, designate the money there. So but those are my thoughts, and I'll, I guess, defer to y'all since y'all know the area much better, the facility much better.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Baji. I mean, I was there. I walked through there with Mr. Orhan Tanner, actually, and it needs a lot of work, but it's all doable. We're doing it. So it's a great space. So yeah, the open space and what you said regarding the old building has a lot of potential. Councilman Horvath.
Yeah, I will. I'll try to keep my comments brief. I think go with what the public has shown us in the survey. I think keep it open-ended, because we want to see, what ideas, are fostered as a part of this process coming from the outside looking in. But the couple quick comments I would have, I've run events in there. We did our first TEDx Live event in there back in 2013 or 2012. It's a great space to have events. So to the points that Councilmember Obaji's making, I think it's great to activate the space during the days, right? Which is when people would most likely take advantage of it, maybe in the early evenings, but it's great to also keep that special event quality that has existed there on a go-forward basis. When my wife and I were getting married, we looked all up and down between Santa Barbara and San Diego for a coastal location, and we weren't living in Redondo yet, but we were unaware of the library. And we ended up getting married in San Pedro on the water. But now that we live here, we would have gotten married at the historic library. Like it's just the perfect venue. It was just like what we were looking for. It just wasn't in any of those silly guides you get, like where to plan a wedding, So we never thought about it, but it is a great place, and we've been to weddings there, and it's magical, right? Especially at sunset, looking out over the pier and the ocean. You get that orange kind of glow coming into the library. It's beautiful. So the one comment I would make, though, that's different, that's not really in there, and it's going back to something that we were talking about earlier during the interviews. The Queen Anne space is, where we kind of house our historic things, right? And it's a really small space. And to the point that was made, right, we're trying to curate and, keep that fresh and live, but there's too much stuff for in there. And this is a historic library. And so it also, to the point that Councilmember Obaji was making, he was correlating it more to art, but I think there's an opportunity for us to showcase some of the history that we have in Redondo at the historic library. It could be on the walls, it could be hanging, as he mentioned. But I think we have so much stuff that we're not able to display, and we could draw attention to that, and especially considering that's the site, of the former Hotel Redondo and the Tent City. Like there's a lot of, magical history, and whatever we do should touch on that somehow, because I think when you're drawing people in, if you're going to draw people in to have coffee or whatever during the day, they can wander around, and they can wander around looking at art pop-ups, or they can wander around looking at historical memorabilia. It just gives, I think, people, especially visitors and or residents who are just not aware, an opportunity to have a real visceral and intimate experience with the city now and reflecting back on where it was. So that'd be my thoughts.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I would echo what everybody else has said. I think you did great work on that, and I would look towards the public because this is their facility in the end. Just one quick question. I'd heard a figure of something like $18,000 to rent for a wedding. Is that accurate?
A Spectrum would have run that. I would say it probably was accurate back in the day. Yeah, it might have even been more.
Okay.
I mean, and that's why, when we talked about this early on, that's the downside of having a exclusive sort of banquet special event utilization structure. You're going to command effectively top dollar for a venue like that because it is so unique. And that's why I think you're hearing from the public saying we want to make sure there's some opportunity for community use. But we all know what the trade-off is there, right? The more low-cost opportunities we provide, generally speaking, we're putting more pressure on the operator to make up revenue in different ways. And therefore, likely we are reducing ultimately our return to the city, which for a facility like this is fine. That's a clear policy choice that you all can make. But we all have to understand that trade-off, right? That's the balance here.
And I think the public's wish that it be at reduced cost to residents is a great idea. I've never planned a wedding. I've only been in one. And I don't think we spent $18,000 on it. But I think it's great that we'd be able to offer it to everything from weddings to bar and bat mitzvahs to first communions to whatever it might be that people have that are life events that are residents here. I think is great. So, all the power to us to be able to do that. And my own preference would be, it's a public venue, and it'll be in high usage, I'm sure, if we keep it reasonable. But, people pay for it in their tax dollars to live here. So that's where I'm at with it. So I would go with the guideposts that people have set up already. We've gotten a lot of public input thanks to you all. And that's the direction I would go. Thank you.
Okay, so I would make a motion to.
You have public comment?
Yeah, thank you. I can always amend. Thank you. So everyone knows where I'm going with this, and they can comment to something. I'll make a motion to create an RFP towards low-cost community space, event space for residents, but event space to begin with. Arts, specialized in art, sculpture, cafe, restaurant with outdoor picnic area, which are the top 3 uses. And then also include, I think, what did you have else? I had highlighted. I don't have the items. And then let's see here, art focus, low cost, event space, meeting center. And I like the idea of adding some of the museum function pieces in there. So if we have something we can do with that, and have it open for as many days as possible, 7 days a week or they're like.
So I'm curious what people said about a splash pad.
Yeah. I would love to do a band shell, but that's a separate project, a CIP on that. So I would also include live performance and music, something of that nature.
And are you comfortable in the motion with us using sort of open-ended language in terms of, these are the preferred uses, we're looking for proposals on these types of concepts effectively,
Yes,
right?
as long as they don't come back with something like a splash pad or wellness center,
That's definitely not a preferred use, yeah.
It's splash pads when water comes up out of the ground.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
In a drought.
Yeah.
Like we're in a drought. It's considered actually a pool, oddly enough.
So that's I think, because that's what we're really looking to do here is invite proposals on these ideas, right? We're not setting parameters per se. We want the proposers to pitch to us, how they would utilize the space, how they operate a space, how often they would need it. Because I do think, we're gonna have to be careful, particularly with that outdoor open space area, how much of that is restricted exclusively to the facility.
Right. And I definitely want the cafe restaurant idea utilized in this. I mean, this is something I'm
as a
definitely
component.
as
Yeah.
a massive component.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So do I have a second on that motion?
I would just make it more open-ended and, because I think all the comments we've made are pretty aligned, but that sounds a little bit more prescriptive.
Well, what would you add to that?
I would just say, receive and file, that motion to receive and file, and receive and file all the comments from the council members and any public comment that comes in for them to just, explore within the language of the RFP, what the direction of the council.
Well, they're looking from us for some direction. They want us
I
to
think we
further filing it down.
I think the four of us provided that.
Okay. Councilmember Baji?
One thought I was having as I was listening to this idea that if you get a vendor who's going to do the catering and they're exclusive, then they're going to be able to price gouge and you're essentially going to lock a lot of people out. Is what if you had one company that did the cafe, week long, and then you had a bunch of non-exclusive caterers who a person who wanted to do an event there could then decide, hey, we're going to, use any of these caterers, but the manager, the exclusive manager is still in charge and responsible essentially for that. But there might be some caterers that are great, or event specialists that are great for a bar mitzvah that are different than the people who are going to put on a wedding or a baby shower there and the like. So maybe that's the kind of like you want one person, one company person who's going to run the day-to-day and then others who are going to come in for special events. Is that kind of a model that any facilities have used before?
Well, I think it absolutely can be. I mean, it would depend on who ultimately makes that type of collaborative proposal, right? There might be an operator that comes forward and says, hey, here are my partners. I have a partner in this space. I have a partner in this space. I can do pop-ups in the following genre areas. And here's how I would propose to generally use this facility. And it might be on a rotational use basis back to this pop-up concept, or it might be, these are the specific things that will always be available. And then here are the things that would occasionally be available. So I think what we want to do here, now that we know the community and the council's interest, is we want now the operators to come forward and provide us more specific operating suggestions.
So we want to leave it open-ended on the RFP.
Ideally, yes, and hear from the specific, proposals.
Okay. With that said, you don't want, if we're not interested in Scout House or museum.
Right.
Or senior center, you want to be able to hear that from us.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to say very clearly, here are the preferred uses. I think your motion, largely captured what, everybody has said here. I think it was, as long as you're open to open-ended language.
Yes.
But yeah, we're not going to put splash pad anywhere in the suggested uses. We wouldn't put, scout uses or things of that nature. So we would stay away from terms like that.
Here, I'll second your motion with amendment that the cafe be kind of healthy oriented, rather than like a burger and fries cafe.
Yeah.
But basically, I think what you're trying to get is engagement on a day-to-day basis by the community, allowing the community to come into the facility, right?
100%. And I like your idea with, if somebody wants to run an event, the one thing I hate is when you rent a facility, oh, you have to use our specific food vendor. And that is a big buzzkill for a lot of people, because that limits.
It is, and in the prior arrangement, that was probably 75% of the revenue stream for the operator, right? So it was a different model.
Yeah.
Now, I think if you want more of a flexible space, this pop-up use or more community-oriented options, you're going to want to probably limit exclusivity with whomever, with whatever the operator ultimately is. That said, there may be operators that come forward with a really cool concept and they say, here are the vendors we use, they're wonderful, and they work perfectly in a space like this, and you're going to want to contemplate that.
Yeah.
So, I would hesitate for us to get too ingrained in anything until we receive the responses to the RFP.
Right, that makes sense to me. Yes.
Okay, so I know we've gone down this road of basically looking at outsourcing it perhaps. We made that decision because I know that's not our core competency to run something like this. But remember, we just are hiring a cultural arts manager, right? For that area. I look at this model somewhat like I look at aviation field, where you've got somebody that runs it. But the difference there is you actually have somebody that invested into the field. The person that's coming in here is not going to invest into this space. So that should have some impact on it. It is servicing the public, but what you end up having is a lot of people that are local getting shut out to do things with aviation field. I don't want the same thing to happen here. And also, if we had somebody on staff, I'm not always in favor of it, we could maybe get away with not charging as much, but still doing fine as a community. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think I'd answer it this way. It may be that we create that forced partnership where the city is effectively administering certain community uses for stated periods of time, and then the operator is in there for other specific periods of time that might allow for, say, 4 pop-up installations a year that run 2 months a pop, right? So there are a lot of opportunities here, and to your point, for it to be affordable to the community, it's likely going to require more city oversight, right? For it to be super creative and unique and operated in a sort of an eclectic way, we're probably going to need to lead towards either not-for-profit or private sector to help us with that. So, but ultimately, we may settle on some partnership where we carve out different uses in time. We'll have to get there.
But having a cultural arts manager, that means we have somebody who could potentially outfit the art to go in there. But that doesn't mean we have people to stand over the operations of it, does it?
Yeah, well, no, and while we don't yet know what our skill set of the cultural art manager will be, art curation is a whole nother intense, probably very specific functionality. So, and this art manager, we've already assigned about 15 things to the position. We don't have them here yet. So we've got to be careful about that. But the point's a good one. That's the manager is ultimately who I think would oversee whoever our concessionaire or operator is.
Right.
Ultimately, we're all going to have to decide how often we allow them to operate the space.
Councilor Nierenheim, Mayor Pro Tem, if we could just suggest, let's leave it a little more open-ended so we just get kind of all the imagination of all the pros out there, and then we mold that with what the residents, the community has said that they want to see there.
Right. What I want to do now is give them more finite direction and take things out like the Scout House, like the museum, like the senior center and the shared workspace and the splash pad and the wellness center and walking.
You want to take out a museum or any art?
Oh, sorry, not museum, but
exclusive museum.
Exclusive use of a museum.
Yes.
Right? If it, as like Councilman Horvath said, hey, we can move some things over and display it. Fantastic, great, let's do that. But what I want to do is make sure we give them clear direction that things that we aren't interested in at all. Because somebody comes back, hey, this is a great idea. Okay, yeah, splash pad. Let's not think about that. And I like your idea with the food vending and stuff. So, yeah.
Scout House is a low-cost community space in a way as well, too, right?
It is, but I want to be careful with that because now you Scout House, now it's turning into a Scout House, and that's a primary function.
That should be a primary function. Primary function.
And that's why
a low-cost community.
Right, center.
If I may say, a conversation I had with the city manager, which made me, it kind of dawned a light on me, is, we don't have one senior center in the city. We have like 5 all over, and that makes it tough to staff and expensive to staff. And same thing with teen centers and Scout Houses and all that. It's like, we don't need one more new facility to attend to with staff.
And we don't need another library because we have.
Right, yeah, we don't need a
We really
library,
do
we
libraries,
don't
we're
need-
struggling
right,
to
yeah,
keep.
so-
We really do have a lot of, if we want to, and activate them this way, low-cost places for people to gather as a community. We just haven't opened our doors
Right.
in those facilities that way, right? There's nothing that would prevent us from using the senior centers during the day or during the evening for community groups to come in and meet.
Or the newly remodeled teen
Yeah,
center,
so,
for that matter.
yeah,
They're not set up for that, and we would have to start staffing that.
We'd
We
have
could
to staff
change
it.
this because we can have a vendor come in and staff that for us.
Yeah, and that's the difference. When you bring in an operator, you allow them to do the work. The one thing that Spectrum Catering did do that not everybody fully understood is that by agreement, they had an obligation during the week to provide, I forget, a set number of free use of the space for certain local not-for-profit groups. Some local organizations took full advantage of that and met in there very frequently. Spectrum Catering would open the doors, they'd set out cookies and have water and coffee for the groups that would come in, and it was quite nice. But most of our community didn't fully appreciate that or understand or know how to take advantage of that. So I think we're going to want to be publicize whatever that community opportunity is more widely, but we're going to need a partner that's going to see it that way and understand that that's also of benefit. So yeah, I think, you've given us pretty good direction. I think a competent proposal, an operator is going to watch this tape and go, okay, I heard some things that we're not going to put in here, splash pad being chief among them. So, yeah, I think we just need some general direction. It sounds to me, I think you're all on the same page here. We just need to understand that that's how you'd like to see us draft this RFP.
Sounds good. And I guess lastly, to the point of not having a million venues, is like one more music venue. We got the skate park can double as a music venue. We got Seaside Lagoon as a music venue.
Right.
I don't know that we need one more right
Octagon.
there. As cool as music there would be. Anyhow, that's my thought. Cool. So.
Okay. All right. Public comment. Anyone from members of the public? We will go to the in-person people who are rearing to go, and then we'll do e-comment and then Zoom.
Just come on up.
Come on up. You are the winner.
I do want to say.
We do this every Tuesday.
Christina Kelly. We, for the Redondo Beach Historical Society, years ago, we had a wonderful, with Spectrum allowed us to come during the week, and it was in October, and we had Frankenstein that we played. It was wonderful. It was an old movie. Spectrum supplied the popcorn machine. We had so many community members that came. It was free. It was lovely. So I really like that idea of somehow maybe, eventually having like some sort of freedom with that with the community, and maybe you can do it with the historical societies and have some things like that replay. But it really was wonderful. So we did, the community did utilize that and came out, and it was really fun. Got to see an old movie, and it doesn't get any better than that, right? In October, so thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else? Come on down. Absolutely. You've been there all night.
I know.
Hi, my name is Michelle Paul with Critics' Choice Catering, and we've been a business owner in Redondo Beach in District 5 since 1990. And we love the library. Obviously, we haven't been in there personally to cater, but just the thought of it, of being a community center, I felt like since 95, that the last vendor there really didn't do much justice to the community, because every time there was an event in the park for the veterans or for Memorial Day, that facility was locked up tighter than a drum. And if I would have been the vendor at that time, those doors would have been open. There should have been, come on in. Half the people we know in the city don't even know this facility, haven't seen it. And I like the idea of it's a historical museum. Hey, get some stuff from the Historical Society. You have warehouses, don't you, full of things that need to be displayed, and I feel it should be open more for the community. And as a vendor there, I would be definitely supportive of it, and I love Redondo. I mean, we've been there for so many years, so that's what I have to say about it. So,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely right.
Great point with Veterans Day, Memorial Day.
Yeah.
Having that thing open. All right. Anyone else from the public here in person wants to comment? All right. All right. Come on down. Mr. Klinger.
Hi, Ilya Klinger. I've introduced myself several times now. So I just came in here to support Jackie Warstad's bid as commissioner, and now I'm remembering why I missed this stuff all so much. I mean, we had election debates, and now we're discussing use of the community park. And I love the TED Talks that we used to do there. Those were quite excellent. And I think maybe even get a little bit creative and maybe even have it where you could have like one vendor take over it like on the weekends, which are the primary dates, and have another one be more for the community on the weekdays with much lower pricing. Because right now, a lot of us are working from home in Redondo Beach. Before the work from home, I think 90+% of us used to commute out, and that was a disaster. But now, since most of us working from home, we can take advantage of it as a community on a Wednesday night, on a Thursday night, and I would definitely like to get that more activated. I think having artifacts there from the Historical Museum is a excellent suggestion, and the Historical Commission will be glad to work on that. I happen to be vice chair there, so I know. And definitely like Mike's suggestion of making it publicized, because a lot of people don't know of just how many valuable gems we have in Redondo, and they really should be publicized for all of us to share, since we're already all paying our property taxes for it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I got a quick question for you. Do we know if it's wired for city internet or internet other than Spectrum?
I don't think it is.
Okay. We have the senior center right next door.
Senior center, I believe, is, and so I think it's getting it over there wouldn't be,
Starlink.
yeah, super.
Seriously.
It
No.
might be, I think point to point is what
Terrible.
we're looking at, but
Terrible.
I've heard it's
Okay.
great.
it's
That's
something we
fine.
would
On my
like to
roof
do,
it
I
was
think.
terrible.
I mean,
with the update.
all you need for Spectrum is a cable line, right? And
And there
they
is
can
some, I'm sure there's some
They
copper
have-
that runs there, but I don't, it's probably not modern fiber.
Yeah, we can figure that out later. But my point is, to his point regarding you can sit out there and do your work remotely, Zoom. All right, e-comments first, and then we'll do Zoom comments if there are any.
Submitted by Orhan Tanner. Good evening, council members. I would kindly urge you to think big and strategically when it comes to the future use of the historic library. This is your chance, quote unquote, our chance, to create the first ever Redondo Beach Art Museum to be located in that landmark building. Please allow me to stress the quote unquote museum as opposed to an art center or an art gallery or a pop-up arts venue. A museum is a permanent concept, and it will be the legacy of this council and this mayor for generations to come. A potential museum will also house a great restaurant and a cafe, and will also offer programming in music and education. All of the above, however, could be best executed if the city has one single vendor, i.e. only one tenant, the museum in this case, to deal with. The museum will in turn plan, coordinate, subcontract, and execute all other services, including food and beverage and arts and culture related programming. To have more than one tenant in that building will cause inefficiencies and potential issues between the tenants themselves and the city, in my humble opinion. Summary, a world-class arts museum that will generate its own funding and all other services coordinated and offered by the museum directly or through subcontractors. Many thanks for your kind consideration. Also submitted by Candace Nafisi. Thank you for the city of Redondo Beach for taking the time to connect with the community to understand how important this site is, what a difference it is to have a city council who values community input. The uniqueness of the venue can be understood across the city. I hope that you prioritize any opportunity to bring additional revenue to our city by finding new exhibits and events that our residents would enjoy. Our city is sorely lacking art installations or cultural displays, and it would be amazing to more of both housed here. Candace Nafisi, Library Commissioner. Concludes public comment on e-comment.
So for Zoom, we have David Diamond.
Hi, good evening, distinguished council members. Thank you for your time. I'm actually the VP of Operations for Critics' Choice Catering. Our founder is actually sitting in your audience right now, and I echo her opinions. However, I am more the operational than the inspirational aspect of it. I hasten to remind the council that that's an opportunity for a profit center while everything else is a cost center. And when we're in a mindset of cutting costs rather than expanding, we might miss an opportunity to provide the community with the ability to have the best of both worlds. I wholeheartedly agree that we should have a sole operator to manage the facility so that there are not multiple operators within the space, such that there are the inefficiencies and issues that may arise from something like that. There is, I've personally been in that space multiple times. There's no reason why you can't have some of the scouts in one room and art classes in another room during the week. It's a huge facility. And we are, again, you know, long-term Redondo Beach business owners and residents. And you said specifically, you guys are looking for a partner. And we partner with our clients and take what they want and expand and make those dreams come true. That's what we're in the job and the business to do. And doing it on a community level is a stunning opportunity. I think what's really important is when we talk about the city wanting to rebrand, that can be a focal building, much like the casino at Casino Point on Catalina Island could be. With a little bit of lighting, a little bit of paint, there's no reason why that cannot be a destination location for weddings, bar mitzvahs, anything and everything. But what it does is it equates Redondo Beach with a level of beauty and excellence that you know, we'd like to see it have. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have Megan Walker.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Meg Walker, and I own Made by Meg Catering. We're headquartered down the street from the library, and we love to get out of the kitchen and really come and walk around in the park and to also view the library. We envision the beauty of Veterans Park Community Center and the historic library facility being shared and enjoyed by families and groups coming together for lovely weddings, food and wine tastings, anniversaries, company galas, commemorative occasions, and more. And we'd like to enhance celebrations in the historic library space with locally sourced seasonal food and sustainable business practices supported by excellent hospitality. We also love walking to the Thursday farmers markets as well over lunch. As the hopeful steward and operator of the library, we would take fiscal responsibility for building maintenance, expenses, and keeping the building current. As an art venue and or pop-up or majority community space, it would be beholden to the city to manage and bear those expenses. I also love the idea of having an outdoor space under that lovely fig tree, the historic tree. I didn't know the history of that, so it was really interesting to hear while we're on the call. However, there are some concerns I have about its resident gophers who are very, very active, and there's no real space to be putting seating over those really extensive roots of that gorgeous historic tree. And there's also no access on the south side of the building for service or restroom purposes on the south side of the building, which is kind of tough to access. As much as I love outdoor dining, those are just some of the things that popped up as we were walking the space. Made by Meg currently manages a historic landmark down the street, La Venta Inn in Palos Verdes Estates, which we beautified from the inside to really bring it up to date. We know what it takes to maintain and preserve the function and beauty of a historic building and surrounding landscape. I'm really proud to say that we won Best New Wedding Venue from a local wedding publication as well. So we turned that into an award-winning venue pretty quickly. We would love to manage and endow the future vision of the Veterans Park Historic Library and ensure continuous improvement. And we'd love to put community money back into the community of Redondo Beach. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Right there on PCH.
Yes.
Anyone else?
So I have no one else on Zoom.
No one else? Okay. Anyone else? There e-comments? We did e-comments already, correct? Okay. Anyone else from the public? Okay. Motion on the floor. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And for myself, aye as well. So passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And so that leads us to our last item. I guess some would say possibly this is payback because we're making our city manager work so hard. He's making us work so hard on what normally is a quiet night.
That's right. We don't have enough Tuesdays to
That's
get it all
fine.
done.
We're doing it to you, so, so the next item here is a discussion possible action regarding modifications to parking regulations in the Artesia and Aviation Corridors area. And basically, this is regarding the AACAP or the ACAP. And on Artesia Boulevard, we passed the ACAP along about a year ago or so, a year and a half ago. And now we're doing a parking study and parking regulations to deal with some of the proposed changes and to revitalize Artesia Boulevard and even more so than what Councilmember Rabaji has already done. So with that said, Mr. Greg Kapovich, who works in waterfront economic development, and economic development means you get to redevelop development.
That's right.
Along with Mr. Scully. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, council. Thanks for having me. Before I turn this over to Sean Scully, our planning manager, to introduce the team tonight, I did want to provide a brief overview for you, just to set reminders. So the ACAP, which was already approved, did identify several measures to try and transition the area from a car-centric pass-through boulevard to a more multimodal approach that serves the local community with the ability to kickstart some redevelopment. I'm happy to say 2 of those implementation measures are currently underway, with Rincon Consultants leading the charge for both at the moment. First, the ACAP identified an FAR increase from 0.5 to 0.6 to assist with that redevelopment effort, as well as allowing some more preferred uses, such as office and restaurant uses. For this particular feedback, we didn't need any additional feedback from City Council because it was pretty straightforward. So we're underway. We're currently traversing the environmental review process for that portion of the ACAP, and we do expect to return to City Council before the end of the year with the necessary text amendments to make that happen for your review.
The environmental review for what portion again? Sorry.
For the land use and for the
zoning.
For the FAR, correct.
Got it.
Just wanted to remind you, we've got 2 concurrent things happening at once here. The second component that Rincon is helping us out with is with regards to parking, and that's why we're here tonight. We've brought aboard Fair and Peers, which is a transportation consulting firm, to perform an analysis of our existing parking supply, and provide options with how we should move forward. Their analysis does take into consideration that FAR increase and the allowance of the additional office and restaurant uses that I previously spoke about. What you'll find is that the existing supply of off-street parking can more than accommodate our redevelopment efforts. We just don't use that supply sufficiently or efficiently. So we'll be providing some options that increase the city's ability to be flexible when it comes to parking. Now, Fair and Peers has performed a study that utilizes 3 different models for how we should be treating parking in the future. One considers a heavy change in how people use transportation getting away from cars per se. One is that there will be no change and will be heavily auto dependent for the next 50 years or so. And one is a combination of both. So I think, one of the most important notes to take home after receiving this report from Fair and Peers is that if we keep all of our on-street parking supply as is, we won't need to construct any additional parking regardless of what model we choose to follow. So tonight we're looking for feedback on which model we should base our decisions on tonight and which of the parking solutions or options we should utilize to increase that efficiency. And now I'll turn it over to Sean and he'll introduce the team.
All right. Thank you very much, Greg. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Sean Scully, Planning Manager. Greg said a lot of things I was going to say, so we can cut right to the presentation. I will say, parking, I've been here 7 years now. And the reason that we really went down this path with respect to parking was it had, in my experience, not often, but it had been an impediment to some development on the corridor that we were encouraging. They just simply couldn't meet our parking regs. So we've got so many legal non-conforming structures, small lots. Our current parking regulations, as I said, in many cases are not a lot, but in some cases, and one really is too many,
we had to say no to businesses we wanted. So
To go back, too many parking spots
no,
required?
not enough.
Or not, okay.
So a business comes in, they want to locate on the corridor. They, per our parking regulations, require a certain number of parking spaces. We look on the lot and they don't have them. So we were stuck.
They don't have them and they can't provide them even by borrowing from somebody else.
Yeah, the mechanisms we have in our current ordinance were prohibitive in some cases. So, that really, we're excited at a staff level to go down this road so we can get some flexibility as one of the options you're going to hear, so that we can get some of these businesses that, we're looking for to develop on the corridor. Yeah. So with that, some introductions. Farron Pierce is here, Nico Boyd and Marta Polovin. And then we also have via Zoom, Nikki Strigan from Rincon. She's doing the environmental for both components that we're doing.
All right.
So with that, take it away.
And we have a PowerPoint slide if you guys could bring it up for us. Thank you.
I'll wait for that to get queued up. Okay, good evening, council members. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Nico Boyd. I'm joined by my colleague Marta Polovin. We're transportation planners with Farron Pierce. And what we're going to be talking about tonight is parking implementation for the ACAP. Next slide, please. Okay, so a quick introduction. This presentation is going to consist of 4 key portions, and we're going to conclude with several questions for you all to get your direction on how to proceed, how to move forward with the parking implementation plan. We're going to start with a little bit of background. We'll talk through a discussion of the 2 parking studies that we've done to date. Then we'll talk about community input. So a couple of months ago, we actually led a public workshop where we talked through all the various implementation strategies that are on the table. And then we actually asked for public feedback. What do people support in terms of parking implementation, and what do people not support? So we'll talk through the results of those surveys. Then we'll get into a review of the parking implementation strategies that are on the table that we're evaluating. We'll talk through the details involved and our recommendations. And then we'll conclude with next steps before we get into the questions that we've prepared for you tonight. So a little bit of background. Next slide, please. So for starters, what is the ACAP? So the ACAP is the Artesia and Aviation Corridors Area Plan. It was published in 2020. And basically, it's a vision-driven document that provides analysis, strategies, and implementation actions aimed at revitalizing the corridors, essentially turning them into the main street of North Redondo. So the vision of the ACAP is to create a sense of place, improve connectivity, and preserve and enhance the character of North Redondo. Now, as kind of an offshoot of the ACAP, what we're currently working on and what we're here to talk about tonight is the parking implementation plan, which is essentially going to guide how parking gets accommodated as the ACAP comes to fruition. So to that end, this presentation is intended to accomplish 3 things. So the first is to present the results from the most recent parking study that we conducted for the ACAP. The second is to review the community input on implementation options to guide the preparation of the parking implementation plan. And then the third thing is to get your feedback on the direction that we should be taking with the implementation plan. Okay, so a quick review of the parking studies that we've done to date. So the first one was done in 2019, pre-pandemic. And basically what we did is we actually surveyed all of the parking in the ACAP area, looking at off-street and on-street parking. We counted all of the available spaces, and then we also counted occupancy so that we could see how that supply was being utilized at different times of the day, different times of the week, et cetera. And what we found is that actually most of the parking in these corridors is consistently underutilized. So an area that we would consider to be efficiently parked would be about 85% utilized most of the time, with a 15% buffer for vacancy in case there's a spike in demand. Then you have the supply available to accommodate it. But what we found was that within the corridors, on-street parking was utilized at about 68%, and off-street parking was utilized at about 50%. So a lot of excess capacity that's not currently being used. So the most recent parking study that we did evaluated the potential need for increased parking supply, essentially building additional parking spaces based on anticipated land use changes that are proposed in the ACAP, also changes to land use density and intensity. So kind of guiding this most recent study that we did were three overarching assumptions. So the first one was that, redevelopment would be preferred around specific activity nodes. So city staff actually identified those nodes, the parcels that they comprise, and so we assumed that all of the redevelopment would happen there. Next, we assumed a 20% increase in floor area ratio, so going from 0.5 to 0.6, looking at higher density of land use. And then third, we assumed that redevelopment would be prioritized for office and dining land uses. So within those activity nodes, looking at the developable parcels, we assumed that they would be redeveloped 50% into office and 50% into dining. Next slide. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so let's talk through the results of that study. So looking at this table that you have in front of you, so the green columns on the left, those are basically the results of that 2019 study that we did. So we have our total supply, which is about 2,900, just about 2,200 off-street spaces, and then 688 on-street. And then that light green column, that's the observed demand that we counted. So on average, on a weekday, we have about 1,600 spaces being utilized compared to that supply of almost 2,900. And then on a weekend, about 1,400 spaces being occupied compared to that almost 2,900 supply. So the columns on the right, that's where we basically did our forecasting. So Greg mentioned that we looked at 3 different models of what future parking demand might look like. The model on the left, parking investment future, that's the one where we basically assume continued auto dependency, basically a linear increase in parking demand, not a lot of investment in alternative mobility, parking flexibility, things of that nature. And then the model all the way on the right assumes that we kind of get away from our car-dependent nature. We see a lot more investment in public transit, walking, biking, alternative forms of mobility. So we see parking demand go down as a result. And then that middle column is kind of a hybrid of the two. So we see some lingering auto dependency, but that's coupled with investments in alternative forms of transportation. So parking demand goes down a little bit compared to that parking investment future. So I want to draw your attention to the 2 rows at the bottom there. Those are basically forecasting how much additional parking we would need under 2 different sets of assumptions. So in that top row, if we were to assume that we lose all of our on-street parking, say for example, it gets converted into an additional travel lane or into a bike lane or something of that nature. If we look at that conservative parking investment future, we would need to build an additional 500 spaces, likely off-street spaces. If we maintain the on-street parking, we don't have to build anything new. And then if we move over to the right-hand side of the table, if we prioritize those investments in mobility options, it doesn't matter what we do with the on-street spaces, we wouldn't need to build anything additional. So next slide, please. Just the key takeaway before I hand it over to Marta is that when we polled on this during our public workshop and then the subsequent survey that we administered, we found that 77% of our respondents stated that they would prefer to see greater investment in mobility options compared to the 23% who would prefer just investing in parking options alone. So now I'll hand it over to Marta.
Sure, thank you. Next slide, please. So in total, we had 216 community members give us feedback on their vision for the parking implementation plan directly through the workshop and indirectly through an online survey. We asked 9 questions, and these questions were inspired and developed from the ACAP and from parking management best practices from nearby jurisdictions like Long Beach, Pasadena, Santa Monica. And post-surveying, we grouped the feedback into 4 broad categories based on conversations with staff. The first one being on and off-street supply, so garages and on-street parking. The second one being parking benefit districts, basically where parking funds are reinvested into the places where they are generated. Dynamic monitoring, gathering data to monitor parking conditions. And finally, parking flexibility, measures intended to make it easier to meet parking needs. Next slide, please. So these are all of the measures that we got feedback on, and we'll dive into a little bit more depth on the following slides. But in a nutshell, the measure that received the most support at 55% was building a parking garage, followed by dynamic monitoring and parking meters if their funds were directly reinvested in the corridors. The least popular measure was the option of paying into a municipal parking fund instead of building more parking, which is essentially in lieu fees, with 45% not supporting, but 55% feeling either neutrally or supporting it. And as you can see, for all of the measures, a majority of people either felt neutrally or supported them. Next slide, please. Okay, so as mentioned, the measure about public parking garages was the most supported, but as we noted in the previous workshop, it is the most expensive, and Nico will kind of dive into that a little bit more. Additionally, there was support for converting on-street parking, but it was the most popular when paired with doing that for providing bike and mobility device parking. Next slide, please. And when polled on parking benefit districts, results varied. But one thing to note, the first 2 questions are really getting at the same thing. And when asked most directly about putting in on-street parking meters to fund corridor improvements, support was high, as mentioned earlier, at 53%. And the last question, which isn't directly related to parking benefit districts, was about in lieu fees, the option to pay into a municipal parking fund instead of building more parking, which was the least popular measure. And in conversations with staff, it was the most difficult amongst the measures, as it realistically could take like 25 plus years to collect enough funds to actually acquire land and to build a parking facility. And then next slide, please. And then we lumped the 2 last categories here this way. As mentioned earlier, dynamic monitoring was really popular with 53% of people supporting it. And when specifically talking about reducing parking requirements, support for it was greatest when coupled with shared parking. So thinking about like a coffee shop and a restaurant sharing one parking lot. So, there you go.
All right. Smart up. Okay, so let's quickly review those and go over the key takeaways. So our first kind of overarching strategy here is constructing more supply in the form of 1 or more parking garages. So a few key considerations here. As Marta just described, the findings from the most recent parking study that we did suggest that additional parking really isn't needed in the ACAP area unless 1, all of the on-street parking is removed, and 2, we don't make any investments in alternative forms of mobility. Another thing to consider is that the cost of building a parking garage is very high. We pulled some rough estimates that account for inflation. If we're thinking about an above grade structure, you're looking at a cost of about $33,000 per space. If we're looking at below grade, anything subterranean, minimum cost of $43,000 per space.
And you're talking about replacing 500 spaces or what?
In one of the scenarios, yeah. We would be constructing 500 additional spaces if we were to remove all of the on-street
But
parking.
the height limitation on structures in the ACAP area is 2 stories. So you can only go
so
2
you have to go
stories up, you have to
subterranean.
go underground.
Yeah.
So at least 16.5 million if it were above ground, 500 spaces. And below ground, it would be
You can't,
50%.
I don't
Well,
even
you
know that
wouldn't
you can dig
concentrate all
that
of them.
deep, but anyway, yeah, okay, we
Yeah,
got the
but
point.
you'd have
Thank
to,
you.
So expensive.
yeah, it's expensive. Yeah.
And then the final consideration is that, over time, as the vision of the ACAP comes to fruition, there's a lot of factors that might drive down parking demand. So if you build it now, you might get some utilization out of it in the near term, but then utilization might go down. So that would reflect poorly on the investment. You wouldn't really get a lot for that money. Next slide, please. So the next overarching category is parking benefit districts. So staff are currently pursuing a business improvement district for Artesia Boulevard, which could include a parking benefit district if council directs that to happen. Basically, the idea with a parking benefit district, as Marta described, is that you install meters in the ACAP area, and then the revenue that gets generated from those meters gets basically reinvested right back into the community to fund needed improvements. And there's a lot of flexibility with that. You can tailor that to meet the needs of the community, just a lot of flexibility overall. One thing to consider is that this requires additional management and administration in the form of staff time. Revenue can fluctuate seasonally, so you might have ebbs and flows in revenue throughout the year. One final thing on parking benefit districts is that this was implemented in Old Town Pasadena and was widely credited with revitalizing the neighborhood. So this is one that we recommend. Dynamic monitoring, as Marta mentioned, this is basically ongoing data collection to track how parking is being utilized over time. If you're making changes to support flexibility, you can track how effective those are over time. And then you can also track whether parking spillover is happening that's affecting nearby neighborhoods. So if the policies that are in place are not working and you're having spillover that's negatively affecting the community, you can track that and adapt to it in real time. So this is one that we would recommend. And then next slide, parking flexibility. So on-site flexibility, options for this include things like valet parking, mechanical lifts, tandem parking, shared parking is a big one that's very trendy right now. And then also adjusting parking requirements to require more or less parking per land use as needed, essentially. Off-site flexibility options include things like off-site dedicated parking and on-street parking credits. So for a business or for a land use to meet its parking requirement, the minimum requirement, it can take credit for existing on-street spaces that are already on the street. This can work well with the previous strategy, so that ongoing monitoring, you're collecting that data annually, you're analyzing it, and then you can tailor your parking management actions to the conditions that you're actually observing on the ground. And then finally, this option compared to the other ones that we've talked about requires a lot less city investment with potentially high benefits. So this is one that we definitely recommend. Okay, so next steps. Immediate next steps are to develop the draft parking implementation plan and develop the draft ordinance language updates to support that implementation. So these are 2 tasks that we're going to be working on over the course of the next month. So we'll have deliverables ready for review in about a month. We're also working on CEQA clearance for these implementation actions. And then lastly, adoption of the parking zoning amendments. We're targeting basically end of this year, beginning of next for Planning Commission. And then we'll be back to City Council in spring of 2023 with the final set of recommendations.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah, well, we have some questions prepared for you unless you have any questions for us.
Oh, we
before
got
get into
questions
this.
and comments.
All right.
It's funny, you guys are the first people to present in tandem at the podium.
I know.
So I'm like expecting an Oscar or something like that to come from you guys. But, okay, go ahead.
You work well together. It's like you've done this before.
Once.
Once. Yeah, so the first thing I'll tell you that I've actually heard about the Redondo, the Pasadena Parking District. And I've actually wanted to thought about setting it up regarding Riviera Village, because there are many conversations come up regarding underground parking facility at that location, anywhere between 13 and 26 million, depending on 2 or 3 stories going down with open space on top. One of the things that Hermosa Beach did, which I would pursue for this idea, if we were to go down in the parking garage, and I'm thinking about this for the village, is to offload the cost of building it. Hermosa and Manhattan actually both sold off parking spots to the businesses. So the businesses bought off parking spots to help pay for that. So expansion, for current and future expansion for those businesses, when they expand, they automatically have a spot ready to go. And of course, the city then can also add meters, and when the spots aren't being used, they can add extra revenue. So one thing I've noticed about bike parking usage these last few years during the COVID, Riviera Village has exploded in dining and retail, highest revenue in sales tax revenue, and we just installed some more bike parking spots, filled the day they got there, and now all the bike parking spots throughout the village are filled with bike parking spots. So that is something that has really, really been effective, and the more we build it, the more they show up for that. So
The Hermosa Beach parking racks or bike parking racks are filled.
Filled.
I mean, good luck trying to park your e-bike.
Yep. Yeah, so those are my comments on that. Does anyone have, hold on, I'll answer that question myself. Councilmember Rabaji.
This question probably is more so for our economic development director. When you look at the change from 0.5 to 0.6 in FAR, in your experience, is that likely to prompt redevelopment? Is that a sufficient change? Or, yeah.
I do. I think it would, because we're targeting office and restaurants. So, when you have a more substantial increase in FAR, you're really looking at like a tear down and rebuild. This would be more like an augmented, maybe renovation with a small addition.
Right.
But it is a carrot that potential restaurateurs utilized as a existing space when they're looking at spaces.
Mr. Scully, you agree with that, I think?
Yes, I do.
All right. I mean, I wish it was more, and we voted for in another step to go to 1.5, but that is what it is. As far as that's it. That's kind of my question. I mean, I assume parking flexibility is what what you're recommending, right? Is allowing that strategy. All right. So I'd favor that.
Okay,
That's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, so this has been a long time coming. I moved to District 4 in 1999. And, I always thought, what's it going to take to get Artesia to where we need it to be? And one of the problems was first, there was a state highway that ran through, and we took it over. But we still have the issue of people speeding by there and not even stopping and looking at what's there and shopping and doing the things. And I don't know if it's because the way the road is constructed with 2 lanes each way and a median and the speed limit the way it is, this will be an enormously controversial thing because we've done this before. They've done this before where they went on a road diet and they eliminated 1 lane, right?
Yeah.
That might be something that we look at, but it might be enormously unpopular, especially with people that are not even from Redondo Beach, but people from Manhattan and Hermosa that use it as their thoroughfare to get to the 405 and other places like that. What I try to do is look at the really popular drags along Pier Avenue in Hermosa Beach. I looked at 2nd Street in Belmont Shore. I looked at Old Town Pasadena, Colorado Boulevard. And it's a mix, some of which have 2 lanes going each way, like Old Town, Colorado Boulevard has 2 lanes, and parallel parking. Pier Avenue looks like it was converted sometime. At one time, I haven't been here long enough, but maybe at one time it was 2 lanes each way. I don't remember. Maybe people who have been here would remember. Was it 2 lanes each way? That's 1 lane each way with a bike lane and diagonal parking. That has been a very successful strip. There's a lot of great places along there. I assume Manhattan Beach Boulevard was like that too. That's now 1 lane each way. The problem is that you will interfere with people's commutes. And so, but you don't lose parking that way. You just lose, right? You have the diagonal parking, but you can accommodate multimodal like people have been asking for.
Right.
So you really have to make some hard decisions here, right? Do you eliminate parking? The structures, it's going to take us a while to save for that, right?
Yes.
Unless we bond it. I don't know what the right answer is. I'd like to ask you guys in other cities that you deal with the similar type of thoroughfares. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with something? Because, right now, the street is very conducive to strip malls. People pop in, there's some off-street parking and all that. That's not going to do it for what we want to convert Artesia to be, to be a downtown type area. I can't see it ever being a downtown type area unless we figure out a way to get people out of their cars or slowed down so that they can really enjoy the area. Because there's some great restaurants along there, some great shops. How do we foster that? I don't know. I'd ask you guys that question.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we can test. We kind of have seemingly a choice between multimodality and congestion, slowing people down on their commutes. So that's something that we can simulate. We can basically plop a road diet into the software that we use and evaluate how that would affect congestion, travel time, all those sorts of things, just to have that data so that you can make the choice.
And the other thing that would kill me is, because I love the medians now, they're eliminating the medians. I would hate to get rid of them because they're great now. They look great.
Yeah.
What does that do, right? You could do that, add 1 or 2 lanes each way. 1 lane on each side, or I don't know, a turn lane in the middle. I don't know.
Yeah.
But we've invested a lot of time and money into those medians. So.
Does your software tell you the amount of road rage that would be had by the residents if you eliminated one of their lanes?
It did well for the LA County council member, or LA City council member that was recalled, or not recalled, but they threatened to recall me over that.
Good news, I'm already subject to recall.
Right.
So.
Let's just throw that on there.
But if you recall, Vista Del Mar, is that what it was? Or what was?
Yeah, Vista Del Mar and Dockweiler.
That really messed with people's commutes. I don't think it would have the same impact, but people hate it when you mess with the commutes. I understand that. I understand that completely. There's no perfect answer here.
Right.
But the right answer is figuring out a way to make it even better than it is. And how you get there is the hard part.
Right.
Just remember, when you do a road diet, you create more traffic. You force that traffic to other areas, such as Grant.
I was thinking the same
Grant
thing.
in other areas, and then you're not making those people happy.
It's the law of unintended consequences, right?
And I would add to this conversation, you don't have to settle on that debate tonight, right? The right-of-way use conversation can really be punted to a future discussion. I think, in the immediate future would recommend really that you direct us to incorporate the flexibility standards and perhaps do some other things in our assumptions that allow us to be creative for meeting our on-premises requirements, right? And we stop there, right? Because the goal of this step in particular is to give our prospective businesses along the boulevard an opportunity to be more creative in the use of their property.
And I understand that. The thing, though, the end result is what? To get more businesses down there, the people that want to invest in it. But are they going to want to invest it if it's a highway still? That's the question.
Yeah, and there's no question that it's a two-step conversation, right? Because would it be nicer for them if at the end of the day it's a more pedestrian-oriented experience? Certainly, right? And our activity nodes might help with that. But first and foremost, right, we need to give our landlords and our tenants and businesses a chance to invest in a way where I think they can be successful right away. Not to mention that you still do have a lot of support from the residential neighborhoods that surround the boulevard that can go north and south to the boulevard to patrons. So we may not have the downtown feel yet, but we still have an ability to serve the neighborhood that surrounds the property. So I think it's a great conversation for us to have. We're going to need to have that conversation, but I don't think we have to solve that problem yet tonight.
Thankfully, that would be a very long conversation. So first, step by step, this is the first step in it. So I'm in approval.
And down the road, if we repurpose right-of-way use, then we may have to have the parking structure or parking lot aggregation approach that we've been talking about as the offset solution. But I don't think we have to do that just yet.
Okay.
Right? Because we still have, and I'll let the experts correct me if I'm wrong, we have ample parking on street now to allow our businesses to be more dynamic in what they build, correct?
That's correct.
Exactly.
And that's effectively what this analysis has shown us, right? We have sufficient parking along Artesia to do what we want to do there with preferred uses.
Right. The other question I have is if you have parking, it's a long strip. So if you have parking at one end of it, people may not want to walk that whole distance. Right. I mean, what is it from,
About a mile.
from Aviation to Inglewood?
Yeah, it's over a mile, yeah.
It's over a mile at least, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure, there's a lot of people that will not walk that.
And you got a hill there too.
Yeah.
And the rule of thumb is a quarter of a mile typically.
So you're talking
Quarter mile
multiple
for
places.
walking.
You also put in mechanical lifts. I mean, that's something I've seen in New York. I haven't seen it anywhere.
Culver.
Yeah.
The Culver has it too?
The bakery.
They're
Hell's
becoming
Bakery.
more and more popular. They
Are
really
they? Yeah,
are.
I mean, the idea is interesting. Is that that's definitely more economically feasible, but it can't accommodate the same number of cars, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it needs to be well tailored to the context to make it work efficiently.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the beauty of it, right? We would just be allowing that as a potential opportunity, right? The business would still have to come in and propose that and link it to their specific use.
I've seen some examples where a developer will use 3 or 4 of these examples and they'll do an employee offsite, employee only parking lot. They'll do a valet program on site that does have mechanical lifts and pits that they can move things around with. They get really, really creative if you give them a lot of options.
Okay.
And that's the goal, right? I mean, we've got, and we've said this before, just to back it way up, this was the precursor to the ACAP process to begin with. Businesses routinely come to us and they try to reinvest and they get stymied at the counter because they typically cannot meet our parking requirements. They just can't, there's no creative solution available to them. And there's nothing in the code, and Sean knows this better than anybody, that allows us to help them accommodate. And that's what we're trying to create through this process.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Well, I mean, the first thing is we need to change the code. You know, we've been talking about this for years. I don't know why we're not making that change. Like,
Well, you have to, because you have to complete the environmental before you take that action. Yes, that's why we're here.
I'm just expressing frustration. It's not really, you know, I understand the process, but it's still frustrating nevertheless. I want to say, you know, because I've been a big proponent of complete streets and especially for Artesia. I don't necessarily think of it as a downtown, right? I think of it as a main street. You know, downtown, I think more of like the Riviera where it's kind of compacted and, you know, you have a beginning and an end and it feels like a downtown. But I thought it was really promising that the feedback you guys got showed that people who were taking the survey were wanting more micromobility options, right? And, you know, anecdotally, what I can say is over the years is that residents in my district who are much further away, say, than Councilmember Obagi or Councilwoman MD's district, right, which border Artesia, they want to walk to Artesia, right? They want to push the stroller, they want to ride the bike. They've said that to me over and over again. They want to have that experience that people in District 1 have with the village, right? Where they walk out of the house and they walk down to the village. You know, they don't need to get in their car. And, you know, we definitely need more political will here on the council to effectuate, which we've discussed here, you know, dedicated bike lanes and whatnot. But I would be the proponent of removing the street parking and putting in the dedicated bike lanes. And then you could leave the 2 lanes, you know, for the thoroughfare, you know, but then you could figure out, well, how do we slow it down? I think when you create wider sidewalks, we've had a presentation in the past year, right, where we showed the diagrams from our traffic engineers, you know, the wider sidewalks that would allow for dining, the bike lanes, and then the lanes. I think there's a way to engineer the boulevard that invites what people want, what they're clearly communicating to you, right? Which seems counterintuitive because you'll also hear people scream to the comment of like a road diet, right? Don't take my lanes away. But the truth is that people want this option, right? And COVID, if anything, created the perfect environment for people to go, oh, like, it was, while it was crazy to be locked down, right? It was fascinating to see how many people were walking in the neighborhoods as families, riding bikes in the because it was quiet, right? It was dead. It was like zombie world back then. But it was fascinating, right? Because as soon as it became safe, because there weren't a lot of cars, what were people doing? They were taking advantage of, that quietness to use their neighborhoods in a way that they want. And they want that experiential freedom with Artesia and aviation to a lesser degree. But so again, I found that really promising and exciting. I get that building the parking structures, is an expensive endeavor. And I don't know that we could do it in the same way Santa Monica did along the promenade, right? Because it's just too many parking structures every quarter mile. But there are other parking models that we've seen that are not self-park, right? The self-park ones with the ramps and everything, they cost a lot because you've got to drive in, you've got to have certain turning radiuses, but there's now those auto ones that you literally pull in and a computer takes your car and they stack cars, and I think that that's a model that should be explored because it takes up a much smaller footprint yet parks the same amount of cars, and this is really where a private-public partnership comes in with somebody who's willing to do something generative, or make an investment. So as we make these changes, I think we have the potential to see people who may be willing to invest not only in parking for themselves, but shared parking, whatnot. So I'm totally open to flexibility in the process, but I will again just beat the drum that Artesia has all the potential to be a true complete street and service the residents of North Redondo and afar, much in the same way that people derive that enjoyment that the Riviera Village provides. Thanks.
Thank you. You had, I see you're next, Councilmember Baji, but 1 second. You said to us questions we had for you, and then you had questions for us. You want to go real quick before they ask questions of us?
Go for it.
Okay, so you had questions of us. You want to go down the line? How you want to do this?
Sure.
Can you answer any of them?
We can go down the list.
Yeah, we'll pop it up on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the next slide, actually. So, yeah, first one, we've already talked a little bit about parking garage construction, but given the cost of land, the cost of construction, would you support planning for parking, for building one or more parking garages in these corridors?
It
depends.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's necessary right now. Now, planning for it, we've allocated already $750,000. If you want to propose what we need to be doing incrementally to plan for it, sure. But we need to roll back these parking restrictions that are stemming at redevelopment so that we get some investment and then we see some momentum towards investment. But contrary to what Councilmember Lowenstein was saying, is like, there are not a ton of restaurants that people can go to. There's not a lot of places people can spend their evening on Artesia Boulevard. And the speed is not really that big of an issue. I mean, people are going 35. When I put my car in cruise control at 35, nobody's honking at me, nobody's passing me. I mean, occasionally you have one car that guns it in the morning and the like. I have pulled out onto Artesia Boulevard on a Saturday morning when Public Works was restriping, the sidewalks, and they put it down to one lane. And going to the airport, oh my God! I mean, the traffic was stopped. It was insane. So no, absolutely no road diet on Artesia Boulevard. That you cannot compare it to Pier Avenue going to the beach, which is nothing compared to a dead end versus the 405 freeway in either direction. If you make a left on Inglewood versus going straight. So yes to the potential of eventually removing street parking so you can put in a bike lane. That could be, and expand the sidewalk. That's important, especially if we want to put parking spots for bikes, because that sidewalk's not even wide enough to put a bike sideways, especially these super long ones that they're coming out with, these e-bikes. So,
right.
Do we need a parking strategy? Yeah, I mean, but maybe one of the things we need to explore is talking to CVS and and grocery outlet, because they constantly have empty parking spots on that lot. I don't know if you guys found that, but it's vacant. I mean, maybe we either buy some of that land, buy some of their parking spots, come up with some sort of private-public partnership with them just to activate that space, because it's totally dead. And it's right there in the activity node that we're trying to activate.
Or give our neighboring businesses an opportunity to create site sharing arrangements
Right,
privately,
sure.
right?
Borrow
That
from them, yeah.
allow them to achieve our standards in the code.
Right.
And that's, that gets back again to
Right,
supporting
the
flexibility.
Yeah.
So I would support planning for a parking garage in the corridor. And the reason why is because I look at City of Fullerton, they have a downtown with a parking garage, and they use it as a multi-use facility. So they have delivery vehicles, they're city vehicles. You mean in the future, all these delivery vehicles from Amazon, whoever else, you need to park somewhere more local. But they also have large events surrounding it. They have a fireworks show on top. They've got a street fair around it. They've got tremendous amount of other things that are happening, and that concentrates one gathering spot, which they have a lot. They have a city music venue / gathering their town square, so to speak. So that it creates certain focal points and an ability to do things. So I would support that. Yeah. Next question.
Yeah, next question.
Since staff is already pursuing a bid for Artesia Boulevard, would you support including a parking benefit district as part of that strategy, including parking meters? I would say absolutely.
Okay.
Because parking meters and parking, since becoming a council member and now for 5 years, I understand the value of parking meters and parking management. It's not just revenue raising, it is parking management. It really, truly is. And if your parking is stale and there's no turnover, it's bad for the businesses, it's bad for the residents. When you have turnover, you have money and funds to do something with, as long as you're not monetizing it like Manhattan Hermosa do. We have a very good balance in Redondo. A little bit more, we need enforcement in certain part of the city in Redondo and Riviera Village, 4-hour enhancements. But other than that, I would support that. And the other reason I would support a parking district, because it creates a funnel of money to go to a certain project. And it's really hard in government to create sources of revenue consistently that will pay for certain things. People look at it and automatically say, oh, we could all spend it on this and go spend it on that. Well, wait a second here. Let's focus this on an area to redevelop that area and continue to redevelop that area. Councilmember.
I would say yes, especially if it's a staggered approach, right? Parking meters on street are an eventual way to create off-street parking that is also metered. But again, with the ultimate goal of getting rid of that street parking so that you can accommodate multimodal.
That's my concern, is how much does a parking meter cost, like $30,000 or so?
I don't know.
How long does it take to know?
$1,600 a unit.
Oh, got it.
About $6,000.
Got it.
I think
All right, so $1,000. Okay.
Well,
so
it depends on how, you've got point of sale, you've got connectivity issues, you've got other things that have to be invested in to ensure that they're viable in our own network. So they can't be costly. The one thing I would say about parking meters is we want to make sure that we have sufficient demand. And if we do incorporate parking meters, that we are still enabling businesses to connect to them to, again, allow their on-premises requirements to be met through allocated on-street offset. So we've
really
got
smart parking meters so they don't expire on them in 2 hours.
Well, smart. And the other thing we don't want to do is we don't want to displace traffic into the neighborhoods, particularly for employees and others who are parking longer term, right? We don't want to force their logical outlet to be off the boulevard when they have a perfectly viable place to park now. So I think parking meters are fabulous for us to generate revenue. We just got to make sure we're doing it in a smart way and perhaps contemplating different needs, longer term parking needs along that.
You have to look at their study, because if there's so many underparked spaces, right, I don't know what the right answer is.
Yeah, there's not demand right now probably for them unless we just put them everywhere and there's no option.
But then again, now that you're forcing them into the neighborhoods.
Right, that's the fear. So we got to be, to me, it's staggered. I mean, Councilman Horvath's comment, and all of you said this, we've got to think about this in phases. We want to create the demand. We're actually going to be excited when we have the parking problem.
Yeah, so I would delay this number 2 for, at least as far as parking meters, I would delay that a bit because we want to fill the parking first before we actually start to charge for the parking, right?
And I think what's important here is not the meters per se. For me, I don't read that as meters. I mean as paid parking per hour, right? Because you have all the other options, pay by phone and tickets and whatever else. That's really the point here. Per minute charge or per hour charge.
I get that. But if you have employees who are relying on street parking currently, do we want to disrupt that and make it more
So
difficult?
you could do bit parking permits like River Village has, where you can park.
Okay, they have parking
The certain
permits.
pass, they park for 8 hours.
And we do have, the nice thing about the boulevards is we have more flexibility. We are not in the coastal zone, so we can have discrepant programs. We could charge different rates for different purposes.
Okay. So is that a yes to 2 then?
It's a yes to 2 as long as as long as we look at this as a phased approach, a staggered approach.
Phased approach to 2, yes.
Yeah. Councilmember Lowenstein, would you support, given land construction costs, would you support for parking garage on the corridor or garages, plural?
I'm very reluctant because of the cost, honestly. It's tremendous cost. I think we could invest that money into a lot of areas of Artesia. I'd rather invest it, honestly, into other areas of Artesia than just a parking. Because I'm not sure with, like we talked about, with the distances that people will want to walk, those distances. If it's a choice between $17 million for parking structure, one parking structure, versus $17 million of putting it into the Artesia, my vote is for the second, to put it into Artesia.
What would you put it into?
I don't know. That's the point.
So here's a question for you.
You put it in a grant, repaving
If you were to
grant.
do one parking structure, would one parking structure work like halfway between the 2 activity nodes, or would that be stupid to not put it in the activity nodes?
I mean, you would probably want to serve multiple activity nodes if you can,
With
just
one
to
parking
shorten the distance that people have to walk.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, again, there is that kind of rule of thumb of a quarter mile, so you want to be very strategic.
Well, that's why it sort of begs the question too, right? We think about this in terms of parking structure because we can visualize that and we can maximize the use of the land. But I'm thinking if we put our phasing hat on, are we probably more optimally looking at, 3 or 4 parking lots that are constructed first in a shared format before we go to structure, right? We got to walk before we run here a little bit.
For sure.
And that's a little more cost effective, right? It's price of land not going to be cheap, but it's an asset and it doesn't come with the additional operating costs. So
Sorry, Naylor, I just hit the button.
yeah, we're gonna have to move that
That's
panic
something
button.
that could be done.
least
For
for you.
example, as Zane had mentioned, you could do something like that at CVS lot.
Well, again, it goes back to as long as you create flexibility in your standards to allow businesses to share use under the code, right? Our code doesn't allow that right now.
It actually does, but it requires a deed on that property where the parking is being borrowed from.
Yeah.
And nobody is
No
going
one's gonna
to
execute a
encumber their
deed.
property in that way.
So that's an area that we have to create more flexibility.
And remember, the redevelop, at one end is a redevelopment of the Galleria, right? There's a big structure there right now. The other end, could be,
Nobody's,
but that's very far down, right?
It's the edge.
And half of it's not even Redondo Beach. One half of the street's not even Redondo Beach, so.
In an ideal world, we'd have 3 lots staggered across.
You want to say something?
Yeah, we'll get to public comment in a minute.
Yeah.
I got a card, so let them finish. I don't want to
Yeah.
get just because I see.
So in answer to your question, at this point, no, I'd rather invest it into other things because of the logistics of it, the cost of it. I think there's a lot of things we can do that would be that kind of money that we could put into Artesia.
Okay.
I mean, we could rebuild Artesia completely for $20 million.
Does that cover everyone on number 2 and number 1? Number 3, do you want to invest in regular, i.e. annual, parking monitoring within the AACAP, ACAP?
What's the cost for that?
We estimated between like $10,000 and $20,000 a year.
Yes, that's a yes.
So annual
Explain what it-
parking monitoring, just to make sure that we're utilizing or not utilizing or know what the levels are?
If you think that we want to take the next step to increase the FAR to 1.5, it's going to be part of the environmental analysis, going to help us out with environmental analysis, right? And also to see where we need to increase.
Well, I think, again, I think the timing of this, right, this is more of a future item. We would bring it back as a budgetary matter, but the idea is that we would invest in monitoring of parking after we adjust our standards, right, and have gone through implementation of this next flexibility standard to see how we're performing. And then if, as we observe, right, it might give us 3-4 years down the road an opportunity to even be more creative, right? Because we know we have real-time data to inform how these changes have impacted what's occurring in the neighborhood.
Or it's getting tight and we need to acquire a parcel so that we can.
So this is not something we'd invest in tomorrow as a precursor to implementation or the execution of the initial study. It would be something we would probably implement post-code change.
I think it makes sense.
I, from what I've noticed in the village, you can tell right away what the parking situation is, whether you have enough or not enough, via the complaints, via just walking down there and see how many parking tickets you're giving out there. So by that point in time, we're gonna have some sort of parking revenue model to manage parking. That's really what the question comes down to, I think. So I would say no for now until let the question arise. Councilman Lowenstein, what about?
I see both sides of it, honestly. I mean, one of the ways we're going to tell if this adjusting the FAR is what kind of permits people are pulling, right? We'll know. We should be able to tell based on construction activity if this is having an impact, even before we get it from parking, right? Because it's going to be construction and development requested in planning. Then the parking utilization should happen after that. So I don't know. This is a tough one. I'm not so sure. I see both sides of it. So
It is a future budget item, theoretically. This is not something we're deciding on.
Right.
This is
Right.
direction. Come back and.
Not on here.
This is a no and a maybe.
Right.
the baby.
All right, so number 4, which strategies would you support to increase parking flexibility, if any? On-site flexibility options, valet, mechanical, tandem, adjusted parking requirements, or off-site flexibility options, off-site dedicated parking, on-street parking credits. So,
Or option 3, all of the above.
I like all the above.
yeah, you know, he said both sides. I see for both sides. What about the third or fourth side going? I mean, you have on-site flexibility and you have off-site flexibility. I mean,
I would say both. Yeah.
they're kind of the same thing. Because off-site is valet, mechanical is tandem parking.
We're intending that to be on-site.
Would be on.
That'd be on-site. The valet, so they would have all their parking still on their property.
Oh, okay.
But a professional
So
would
that's, I
park the
think you
cars.
want to do these in conjunction, so you're allowing them not only to figure out a solution within their property, but to
On
perhaps
property.
use off-property solutions as
We
well.
want maximum flexibility in the ordinance for people who want to build on Artesia Boulevard, that you can accommodate your parking requirements any way you possibly can.
Yeah, so just like the prior item, option C, which is not here.
Right.
Everything, because we live in America, we live, and not or. Okay, yeah, that works for me.
One question I have, can I, Mayor Pro Tem? Is how do you intend to allocate the on-street parking credits? Is it going to be, so let's say you have, sorry, I forgot the number that you cited that are on street. Are you going to basically allocate those on a first come, first served basis? Like we got 2,000 spots on the street. The first people who come and pull permits to develop a restaurant here, you're going to get, this number of them. I mean, and could we do something like that, a promotion where, hey, we really want to incentivize development on Artesia Boulevard?
I mean,
the revenue.
The short answer is yes, we're gonna have to think it through, but it's gonna be on a first come, first served basis. It's gonna be more of a shared situation. So when one business goes out, the businesses, the spots that they claimed become up for grabs, and someone can say, I want to do an expansion and use that space. We'll have to keep track of it all, of course.
And I'll just be transparent. A conversation I had with Cosmont, Larry, was a while back at lunch, was that's one way to treat it. If you can't provide parking in the back because you got a narrow parking spot, is just say, hey, okay, you can get access to the street parking and here's the number. And once we exhaust our capacity, we've given out 2,000 spaces or what have you, then we're like, okay, now you actually need to provide that additional parking space.
Right, precisely. That's really, I think, the chief goal here is to give us that flexibility as well, to be able to assign what is currently on-street public parking for private requisite on-site premise parking for use.
But the more we give it away, the harder it's going to be to take it away later, right?
That is, there's no question. I mean, if we have fully allocated all of that resource and we come back and say, oh, we want to add bike lanes or we want to do parklets or something else, we would then have to offsite that parking somewhere else.
Right.
Within a reasonable distance or within a reasonable program.
Right.
So you just said a key word there that I've been thinking about, but I haven't actually verbalized yet, is the parklet option, outside dining. I want to be able to expand the Riviera Village outside dining, the whole sidewalk dining and parklet dining to Artesia Boulevard.
We haven't even got dining though. So we need dining before we can get outside
It's just
dining.
one more way to carry it.
Well, and I think to your point, if we do create more flexible standards in the code and allow us to use on-street parking, it'll allow businesses to expand restaurant space into that area and then identify parking that would meet that demand. Right now, we're probably limited because not only can they not park their on-premises dining in their current lot, they certainly can't park their expanded off-premises dining or parklet dining with their current on-premises lot. So I think, again, flexibility allows for all of those eventual products.
All right.
Okay, so those are the 5, 3, 4.
That's it.
5, 6 questions. All right, that's it. All right, public comment. Anyone, members of the public? First, we have Holly Osborne, actually. Come on down. You are the winner for Price is Right. Talk about parking. You talked about parking earlier. And last week, you talked about garage parking. Another state bill.
Can you put the screen? I don't think I can go as fast as I did before.
That's fine. We'll give you an extra minute.
I'm too darn tired.
We'll give you an extra minute.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, City Council, and Planning Staff. This is Holly Osborne, District 5 again. I already described how ADUs can be added to multifamily apartment buildings and the probable removal of all parking spaces from the apartment complex. Let me give you the particular example on Artesia Boulevard, which is what we're talking about. But as one side comment first, most people who live here can attest to the really dismal parking situation on the streets immediately parallel to Artesia, whether on the north side in District 5 or the south side in District 4. Now, here's the project. It is right across from the North Redondo Library, which is on Artesia Boulevard. And that's, there's this apartment complex on Green. Right now, it had 6 units and 9 single-car garages. All of those garages are being converted into 3 ADUs. That's all. I had no idea that the code allowed this kind of stuff. So where there were once 6 dwellings and 9 single-car garages, there are going to be 9 dwellings and no parking space garages on premise. Do you think the people in these apartments are going to be better off? So where are these people going to park? Why, at the library, of course. Right across the street. That's what I do. I went over to the library and counted the parking spaces. That's what engineers do. They count. There are 30 spaces for the public and 4 tandem staff spaces. When the developer across the street has finished completely destroying his parking, which he's actually basically done, the people in the eventual 9 dwellings are going to, of necessity, park in the library parking. A developer is utilizing publicly owned land for his own personal profit. The one bright light is that this is right next to the Redondo Beach North Branch Police Station, and the officers will have an easy opportunity to get their ticket quota in. Redondo is being punished and further densified because they allowed overdense. Okay, I got to deviate from these remarks.
Go for it.
I can't go fast. I'm just too damn tired.
We got
Okay?
online.
All right. This place that has 6 units and 9 single-car garages now is already out of spec. That was zoned now for 3 units, okay? But this stuff was built back in the Wild West days in the early 70s.
Motion to extend.
Okay, early 70s. So it's already got more on it than it should have. And now the ADU laws are letting it to go again, being even more. So we're being punished. Redondo is being punished for having densified before, okay? I think this is an unintended consequence of those ADU laws, which people didn't think of. And now I'm really deviating here. All these apartment dwellers living in the older out-of-spec apartments most probably represent the more economically challenging people in the city, I think it is despicable that these legislature bills target by design the less well-off members of our cities, because that's what they're doing, all right? These are the old apartments. And now I just want to get one more thing in. Just turn that damn thing off. I can't concentrate.
Ollie,
What?
just go. Keep going.
All right, there was an editorial in the Daily Breeze on Sunday about some of this, okay? And it seemed to imply that if the new zoning laws negatively impacted the city, their application could be limited. I hope you all saw your Daily Breeze on Sunday. I would like the city to examine this. The library is a key part of North Redondo life, and everything that impacts the access to our residents should not be ignored. Now, this is a field I don't know a lot about, so I hope you guys read your Daily Breeze, and if you didn't, I'm going to mail you a copy. I think I already mailed one of you a copy of that article. All right, now I'm just going to shut up because I'm too tired.
I have a question for the speaker, Ms. Osborne.
Okay.
Could you light up my screen, please? I'm at 2B.
Connect it after they turn it on. Otherwise, the IP won't configure it.
It works.
Does it? Yeah. Okay.
All right, so you're talking about this structure right
No,
here?
that's the Montecito. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking if you stand at the library parking lot when you're on Green and you look forward and walk across the street, you see all the damaged, all the destroyed.
This property here?
No,
that's on.
go up the street. Behind the police station. Tell the officer up here to
I got it.
I'm not
Behind,
good
yeah,
at it.
keep going. There you go. There you
Right
go.
up there.
Okay, so they're building an ADU over here, is what you're saying, right there? All right.
Wow.
Yeah, the police station's at the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I don't think there's traffic enforcement there, by the way.
Well,
but-
you know, okay, now.
Station's a strong
Would you
word.
quit rotating it? Rotate it a little more. Can I just, okay, you see the there's a parking structure that you really can't see that's behind those walls that's got 4 just sort of like loose garages. And then there's 4, there's, keep it right there and don't touch anything, okay? So if you go there right now, there are all those
I get it.
garage doors on the right.
They're gonna build ADUs above them.
No.
in the spaces. In the space, got
That
it.
was the
Got
state
it.
law that passed a few years
Yes.
ago.
Got it.
I thought we limited.
All right,
Okay, those
I
are
got your point.
ADUs.
I got your point.
Anyways,
All right.
it's a little bit
And
off
the
topic.
garages on the other side are going to be one big ADU.
All right.
Okay, so no more garages. Am I clear about that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We got it.
Thank you, Holly.
Ms.
All
Osborne,
right, I just wish you guys would, what are you saying?
Did you see these, Ms. Osborne?
Ms. Osborne, yeah.
Did you see these new stop signs I got?
Listen, let me just tell you why I was at the library on a Friday.
No,
We got it.
We got it.
Time's
It's
up,
off
time's
topic.
up.
Off topic. It is 10:40, 11 o'clock at
Oh,
night.
damn
so-
it, but I've been
I know.
sitting here for 4
I know.
hours.
I know, but yes, too.
You got
Yes,
more
too.
than 3 minutes. Thank you. So it did bring up the issue that, and this is not brought up actually, is further densification of residential. And that's a fantastic point by the speaker. It's going to impact us and it should be brought into the equation. So,
Which I think is why, we may, a year from now or two, want to consider monitoring, could not just to the boulevards from a parking standpoint, from a residential parking standpoint.
you want to come and speak to that?
And setting aside money for parking structures and the like.
Yeah, I mean, do you need to speak to that, or?
Not particularly,
Okay,
but just to
that's
say
fine.
that
We're gonna
we
move.
can monitor and
Yep.
survey those like residential streets there for to see what are the impacts based on these policy changes.
And
Yeah,
20.
got it. Okay.
Adapt as needed.
All right, thank you, guys. All right, next one is Frank Ching.
Mr. Ching, thank you for being here this whole time, Mr. Ching.
I make a promise to stay here to talk about this, so
Thank you.
I hope I stay here, didn't make you nervous. District 4 resident, and I've been in parking management for 27 years. I'm the guy that your colleagues of city manager of Hermosa Beach will call if she need a parking advice. So the direction of this study is going right. It's going the right direction. A few things that I want to point it out. We already have neighborhood spillover parking anyway right now. I actually have a neighbor that sell cars and put it in front of my house. So my suggestion is, I think the city manager's idea is using flat parking lot to increase the capacity and then put cars away. It's the right direction to go because you have no capacity or demand or ever need to build a parking garage with that much money that you invested. I'll be honest with you, you just don't. You don't want to tie up your land use flexibility neither. I'm going around town, I'm the guy run 30,000 parking spaces throughout 87 different jurisdictions. And I going around town tell many city managers do not build parking structure because your parking demand will continue to change in the next 30 years and you don't want to stuck with it. You want to build something, build a multi-modal mobility hub. That will be much more better investment to do that. I think the flat parking lot first is a good approach, but I want to give a little suggestion on the study is you should also study your business visitor typical time that they visit their business, what they're using for parking. Because what you can do is, even on your off-street parking, you can put down a time limit. You can put a 3-hour time limit. So that way your 1,000 parking space become a 2.33 of turnover rate in an 8-hour time, then you become actually 3,000 parking space that you can actually use, right? So you put a time limit on it to increase the turnover rate, and you put your employee to the CVS lots with administrative program because they can use the empty space for 8 hours for work for their shift. And top it out, you can also ask your employer to also implement a TDM plan to encourage the employees not to drive to work. So those things will help you change the code to increase, or actually decrease the requirement of parking space that you needed. You see all these things can work together. If you need any help on the TDM plan implementation, give me a call. I have my TDM manager give you a call, give you a package. She'll take care of it for you. So I never think that needs to be increased parking capacity with big investment. I think parking should be managed with strategically, okay? Parking meter is doable, but again, could be a second phase until you have the demand, then you put in the parking meter. When you put in the parking meter, quite frankly, the parking meter nowadays is actually GSM cellular technology. You don't need any infrastructure. You just slap it on and you start doing business. You can put in the sensor and also limit people not to refeeding the meter all day long. So there's a lot of innovative idea can do. You may actually want to monitor the parking data because you need the CEQA study, okay, for that. I actually would suggest to do a little bit further is how do you broadcast the availability of parking space, right? Many times people-
Motion extend.
Second.
1 minute.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
And because many times people is not because there's not enough parking, it's because people couldn't find parking quick enough. My study shows people spend more than 6 minutes to find a parking space. They complain that, oh, there's no parking, but that's not true, okay? You can actually implement the time limit even on a private strip mall parking space, right? So you can put in this type of code to help you. So you want to keep my contact? I can have a coffee with you to talk about this all day long.
I'm going to be calling you for sure.
We can talk about this all day long. But again, don't be nervous because I'm here. I actually did many different parking strategies. I actually run from a valet stand all the way to 49er parking to the city of Santa Monica, and I did the finish line of LA Marathon parking with Freeze and Pierce back in days with the tie, and I actually now run countywide parking. So and that's why earlier I said put me at where most my value can contribute to these things. As far as the road diet, I think if you ask me, my suggestion is take away that 500 parking space and go ahead and do your multi-model integration, then your parking demand will go down with time limit, turnover rates, and TDM implementation. I'm pretty sure you will see a downtown without building more parking. And flat parking lot with time limit, it will be your solution. To address your issue of overflow to the resident street, I actually administrate for the program in City of Santa Monica with residential permit parking requirement. So that way, 80% of the streets in Santa Monica require permit parking. Resident loves it. Okay, they get a permit, limit how many cars they can park in their block, and then limit how many visitor car they can park. So by doing that, then the employee cannot overflow to their streets. So of course, you need parking enforcement. Parking enforcement, you can actually invest small investment on license plate recognition system. Then you also count cars and get the data that they want. So I can on and on to talk about these things, but there's strategies you can resolve all these problems.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ching. Thanks for sticking around. I really appreciate your investment and time.
Thank you.
We'll try to get you on a commission.
Okay. All right, are there any Zoom comments?
If not hired part-time by the city.
E-comments first, and then any Zoom comments?
Actually, it's Zoom comments based on our rules of conduct first.
Oh, Zoom comments first? Oh, okay.
Okay, let's see. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to come up? Okay, no Zoom.
No Zoom? Any e-comments?
First comment is submitted by Candace Nafasi. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. Candace Nafasi, District 3. Thank you to the City of Redondo Beach for taking the time to listen to residents regarding the ACAP plan. I want to encourage the City Council to create a business improvement district with an option that includes a parking benefit district. As part of your next steps, I hope that you identify potential partners, i.e. chamber or business association, that you can work with to see the business improvement district to fruition. The council values our local economy in North Redondo. You must take bold first steps to ensure it thrives. The city and council must see the business improvement district as a partner to continue to have an ACAP plan that reflects the business and resident needs. The BID would be a great opportunity to blend and braid public and private funds, which is considered the best way to leverage tax dollars. The time is now to prioritize North Redondo, so additional businesses will want to have a business here and have ample parking. Please prioritize any opportunities for the city and council to support the business owners in creating a business improvement district. Thank you. Second comment is by Brianna Egan. Thank you to the consultants for carrying out a detailed study and to the city council for initiating the study. I think the city has a really unique opportunity here to do something really special for the Artesia and Aviation corridor, and reforming parking zoning and FAR is a key component here. As described in the presentation, a new parking structure would be exorbitantly expensive and unnecessary. There are already plentiful parking spaces in the various strip malls and public parking lots, as well as nearby parking at the Galleria. Parking structures continue tons of embodied carbon in the concrete used to build them, not to mention the emissions and VMT involved in people driving their cars to the structure. Parking garages cost $50,000 per space to build in California. Underground garages cost $80,000 per space. We do not need new garages. Metered parking and parking benefit district would be a great improvement for the area. Read The High Cost of Free Parking by UCLA professor Donald Shoup and for more. I would encourage the council to also seriously consider and implement recommendations from the community to prioritize alternate transportation options such as bike parking stalls, protected and connected bike lanes, bus stop curb cuts, and widened sidewalks. If you build these things, people will come. We all want walkable, accessible areas to shop and dine. The Artesia corridor can and should become the quote-unquote Riviera Village of North Redondo, or the quote-unquote Old Town Pasadena of Redondo. Last comment is submitted by Grace Peng. There's an easy solution. Allow bike parking to substitute for car parking in some ratio. You can park 10 bikes in the space of one car. Remember that cars don't spend money, people spend money. So enable visiting at Artesia outside of cars. Mobility lanes solve both the parking and the access issues. Artesia is on the high injury network. We've lost too many lives to speeding or turning vehicles in the corridor. Prioritize curb space for protected bike/mobility lanes that can be safely used even after dark and even when the sun is low in driver's eyes. Concludes comments on e-comment.
Okay. No one else in the public here wants to barge in and say anything. We have no motion on the floor.
So motion to go with the parking, option number 4, parking flexibility, for staff to receive our comments on the questions posed to council with a modification on my part that I would not favor investing in a parking structure, but instead directing staff to keep an eye out for available properties so we can get surface lots as we need them. It's never going to be a bad idea to buy property on Artesia as we make these policy changes. So that's it.
Cool. I'll second that. All right. No more comment. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Aye. Councilmember Baji.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim. Aye as well. Motion passes unanimously. Sweet. City manager items. Item 0. Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate you sticking out to 11:13 tonight, the whole night. Enjoy. Thanks for staff for doing this. All right. City manager items.
Nothing tonight, given.
Are you sure? You don't have like 50 items for us? I mean,
Given the lateness of the evening, I'm ready for referrals. Hopefully you're also as brief.
oh yeah. No. So you've got nothing. So mayor, council referrals to staff. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath. Nope. Councilmember Baji.
Nope.
What a difference a year makes for Councilmember Obaji.
I got everything out.
Because we got them all done.
See? And myself, nothing. I do have these items I've talked to you about, but we know we're good. So other than that, can I get a recess?
Motion to recess.
There you go. Oh, no, motion to adjourn.
Adjourn, sorry. Adjourn.
Yeah. All right, everyone in favor?
Aye.
All right, all right. Thank you. It's recess.